Hello and good morning. Hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday so far. I have a bit of a different stream for you guys today because we'll be making two poses instead of one. I like to do this whenever it's kind of a more simple creature. It will be a graveyard ghoul. Specifically, instead of giving me normal references, this guy found a little clip or a quote he wanted me to base it off of. This is a patron that supported me for a while, actually, I think since the beginning of this year. And he always gives me really fun, vague descriptions, and then he just lets me take my creative reign on it. So for today, it is a sinuous, earth-hued tropical ghoul with hands like spades that burrow beneath cemeteries. So that's what we're gonna do. I see pets here, hello, and of course my husband supporting me as well. Thank you, Ricky. Alrighty, well, let's get started, shall we? This is our lovely base mesh. We're gonna put our little Chad over here as our beginning marker as we kind of create this storyboard as we go. There we go, throw a stamp right there. All right, I've decided that since this mesh this kind of character doesn't require a lot of assets, it's mostly gonna be body work, and then whatever assets I do need, I decided I'm gonna create everything from scratch on this stream. I'm not gonna do any asset library stuff. That way I can show you guys as much as possible, and I have more and more students tuning into my live streams, and I want them to be as useful as possible. And then Des Arch is here. Hi, I think that you're new. Hello and welcome. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. I'm super transparent. Essentially, my name is Mia, and I create 3D printable minis for a living. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. All right, let's go ahead and get this started. I have some references off the screen, just a collection of ghouls that I found. He does not need eyebrows. We're going to be sculpting a lot of this in. Good morning, Dawn Sleeper. All right, something that's going to kind of set the mood here is some poly paint. So let's go ahead and get some spooky poly paint going. I guess I can just call it paint. I'm used to call it poly paint because you're painting polygons, but it's just paint. This will not show up on the final models. I do this purely because I enjoy it. All right, let's get some, I usually don't use pure blacks, but I'm gonna use that just as like a shade. There we go. We're getting kind of this like cataract-like look, and I'm gonna do a bluish center because he's gonna have a bluish tone throughout him. All right, eyes are done. And now let's get some poly paint on the whole thing. I'm liking this kind of ghoulish color here. We'll give him little black muscly shorts for now. Obviously this musculature is not very fitting for a ghoul, but I like using this base mesh because I have a lot of my forms really confidently blocked out, and it's easier for me to crush them down from here. I haven't decided what kind of ears I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna go in with back face mask and RGB intensity lowering. There we go. Especially because it's kind of like a grossish creature, I can kind of go in and be pretty loose with my poly paint here. I like to add some paint on areas that will see more use, like his elbows, his fingers, that kind of stuff. Probably give him some pretty gnarly claws. His hands are gonna get a lot of attention because he is a ghoul that burrows in cemeteries. So they're gonna be kind of like shovels. All right, that's the beginning of our poly paint here. Now let's actually start sculpting something. All right, I'm gonna go to my lowest subdiv, and we're gonna start adjusting the proportions in the body here to be proper ghoul. So right now I'm kind of playing with the ear structure. I want something that's kind of elven-like, but then making the ears a bit floppier. Think more goblin. I'm gonna shorten up the earlobes. There we go. Fat Nude Princess here. Good morning. Hello. A lot of regulars coming right into the stream right away. Always good to see you guys. Today we're sculpting some graveyard ghouls and we're getting right to it. I'm going to want to give him a pretty elongated neck. So to do that, I can either adjust the entire mesh or I can just push his collarbones down. Doing all of this from the lowest subdiv, so that way it doesn't turn out kind of lumpy. It's pretty clear. I want to give him kind of a egg-shaped lump on his head here. Think alien almost. And then I bring up his back muscles as well. I don't want him to be super buff necessarily, but I also want him to look somewhat strong because this is a like tunneling, burrowing, digging ghoul. So he needs to be somewhat muscled to get through all that dirt. We're gonna add some gauntness to the face by sucking in those cheeks, but not crushing the cheekbone because those still need to be there. All right, and I also don't want to lose the labial fold here, which is kind of like from your nose, this line right here. When you're creating monsters, you can bend the rules quite a bit, but you don't want to just outright break any of them unless you have a really good design plan for that. Otherwise, it makes the monster look, I don't want to say unrelatable, but essentially, yeah, when I'm doing monster design, I want something about it to still feel familiar or like rooted. He's a relatable ghoul, you know. When I'm making something creepy, I like to take this bottom eyelid here and pull it just a little straight down. Because you probably don't think about it, but like when you're emoting and moving your face around a lot, your bottom eyelid like does not move. Only your top eyelid does. If you widen your eyes as much as you can, you're not moving that. So when you do see this bottom eyelid droop, it's really jarring because you don't normally see that. So that's a good example of like intentional rule breaking, but I'm only pushing it a little bit. I'm going to suck in the sides of his head because he's getting kind of a wide head here. And this is without perspective turned on. I always think that looks fun. So this is with and without perspective. I like to toggle between both, but without perspective can be a bit of a challenge sometimes. All right, and then as we detail this later, this like cranium I have pulling off the back of his scalp here, we're gonna do a lot of like sinewy details later on. All right, I'm happy with how the direction the head is going right now. Let's go ahead and move on to other parts of the body. All right, let's go ahead and adjust the rest of this. Oliver is here, good morning. Today we're sculpting some graveyard ghouls. I want him to be pretty lanky. So let's go ahead and stretch those arms a bit. I'm also going to compress them just slightly. I'm going to run over with my pinch brush lightly. I see the deltoid got a little smushed here, so let's just tuck that back up. And now let's really adjust those shoulders and suck in this torso here because he's looking a little childlike for a ghoul. I still want to have like this upside down triangle because I want him to still be menacing. So these nice broad, thick shoulders, but we really need to bring in his waist here. So again, this muscle here, I know what those were called. They just escaped me right now. I think that's your lower traps. No, your traps are up here. I can't remember what this muscle is called, but I know what it looks like. Anyway, I'm going to keep that because, again, he burrows in cemeteries, so he'd have huge back muscles from all that digging and burrowing and stuff. All right, pushing these forms up here, and then he's going to have a pretty concave abdominal area. I want him to look like he's always hungry. It'll kind of help give him that tortured look that I have in mind. I don't think I need the shorts here. I just do it because sometimes YouTube gets shy, I guess, for lack of a better word. Yeah, that's fine. That's not PG-13. We're fine. Okay. And his legs are much too thick, so we're gonna go ahead and crush those quads down, and then probably gonna bring out those hip bones. I'm still not sure how he's going to be dressed. He will have clothes, but I'm not certain what they're going to be yet. All right, hollowing this out a bit so his pelvic bone sticks out more. Very good. Oh, Shannon's back. Hello, Zer. Oh, and you specified what that muscle is. Yeah, so lats. Thank you. I kept thinking the trapezius muscle, but no, thank you. That's really helpful. When you first wrote that, I was straight up like, that's not English. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, I know stuff. I know what that is. I forget that my streams attract so many creators, and like I just ask into the void, like, oh, I wonder what that muscle was. I love that. I love that you knew. It's really cool. He definitely would have a little flat butt. Again, a lot of that's not even going to be visible. Again, he will have clothes. I just haven't decided what clothes yet. All right, I'm liking how exaggerated this is turning out. I think his mouth needs to be open a little bit. Pat Knight says, to dress him like a grave digger. I should. I would like that. All right, I'm gonna kind of push his legs here to look a little wonky. I'm just gonna exaggerate this natural S curve we have here, where it's like, when I learned to sculpt legs, I just broke it down very simple, and it's curve, straight, curve, straight. So again, they make the mouse smaller. You have a curve on the front, straight on the back, and then it flip-flops. Curve on the back, straight on the front. It's not exactly like perfectly straight by any means, but that's an easy way for me to simplify it. So I want to kind of exaggerate that S curve here, so I'm going to bring his quads out and his calves out. Kind of give him a bit of an odd look here, and I'm going to swoop that entire femur bone back just a little bit. Almost hinting at like a digitigrade leg, but not actually doing it. I also think having a bit more of a bow-legged stance would be interesting and make him look a little spooky. Let's really push forward the bones in his knees. There we go. And as far as his feet go, I'm going to bring up the subdivision level and then come with my standard brush and just kind of really exaggerate these bones right here. They're very similar to our hands, so if like you move your fingers, you can see each individual bone articulating. Our feet are pretty similar, except I can't articulate my toes like that. There we go. I'm also going to hollow out by his ankle bone right here, just kind of make that a little more exaggerated. There we go. Also dig out this concavity here. All right, and then I'd also like to make his toenails nice and thick. So I'm gonna go with my little move and back face mask trick. And then we go in with move topological, and that will allow me just to grab the toenails, but nothing else. Toes. All right, we're gonna pull those out. So we have some nice sharp toenails. Again, he's a digger, so he'll have clawed toes and fingernails. For his fingernails, I'll actually make claws from scratch, and I'll show you guys how I do that. It's really easy. There we go. Got some nice gnarly toes there. If your feet look like this, I'm sorry. There we go. I'm also gonna pull the arch in his feet up a little bit. And then go with the standard brush to exaggerate that even more. I'm actually gonna bend his feet up just a touch. I don't normally spend so much time on the feet, but I feel like there's a lot of detail I can put in right here. Because he's not gonna have a normal set of armor and all sorts of stuff for me to work on and decorate, so. There we are. Excellent. So that's what we're looking like so far. Already made quite a bit of progress from our initial Chad mesh here. Non-Sleeper says, awesome as always. Gotta go, maybe if this one goes long, can go to the end. Well, thanks for being here. I always appreciate you tuning in at the beginning. And then Non-Sleeper continues, support your artist and teacher and like the video. I appreciate that. Yeah, because of you, we actually had my last stream, so yesterday, was my most popular stream yet. I had the most people tune in, most people subscribe. It was a hot stream all the way through. So thank you guys again for that. Pat says, this creature would fit perfectly in a game of Mansions of Madness. I love to hear that because again, I design my stuff for tabletop games, so I always appreciate when you guys can see it being used for just that. Alrighty, looking pretty good here. Let me look at how I want to dress him. I think a nice loose spooky belt would be good. To do that, I just mask a section on the body and then I extract at 0 thickness. I bring it off the body just a little bit by holding Command on the 3D gizmo and just clicking that little yellow square there. After that, I go to ZBrush and I ZBrush by half to get some cleaner topology because right now it's full of triangles and goofiness. I like using polish by features just to quickly smooth out those edges. And there we go. We have a little belt. Now I'm going to use the move brush and kind of fit this to him a bit better. I'm also going to turn on double because as of right now the mesh does not exist on the inside. I will be adding that later on. I don't like working my meshes and drafting them with thickness on because it just makes them look all lumpy. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm going to tuck it closer to his body in the back here. And then polish my features. Alright, we have a very simple belt here, and then the rest of it I'm going to have like these really like shredded looking rags. So let's go ahead and draft those. So to do a rag, you could just import a plane. I'm just going to mask a little section on his thigh. That looks good. I'm going to extract that, so now I have a bit of a panel here, and then doing the same technique where I just go through ZBrush and polish by groups, turning on double for visibility. I'm going through this really quickly, so if you're like, what the heck is going on? I'd like to know more details about this. If you're also a ZBrush artist, let me know. I got no problem explaining things a bit slower. If not, I'm just here for entertainment and to hang out. Especially if you're one of my students watching this live stream after it's happened, feel free to timestamp anything and then you can message me specifically and be like, what is going on right here? All right, now we got a panel. And let's go ahead and straighten it out a bit. We can fit it to the body more later, so I'm just gonna polish by features a bunch. There we go. It's pretty flat. And now I'm going to give it more of that shredded appearance by just clicking and dragging with the move brush. You want to be careful with shreds and tears when it comes to 3D printable models, because if it becomes too fragile of a piece, it's just a nightmare to deal with. So you'll see I'm going to be very, very careful with how I weather these pieces. All right, we have one little section here. I'm going to click Command-Shift-D and that will duplicate it. And I'm going to just kind of create multiple of these panels. To have one that wraps around his sides, we're going to widen this, make it even longer. And I'm going to go from the top view here, making sure this blue line is directly tracing it. So that way when I go to my gizmo and use bend curve, or bend arc, I can just bend it around, just like that. Obviously that's much too wide, so I'll let the bend arc deform it, and then I'll come back in with the gizmo and crush it. But now we have this really dramatic curve on here that'll be easier to fit to his side. Looks like we do have a couple polys here that are kind of sitting on both sides, so we'll do a quick ZBrush with same turned on. I'm not doing half in this case because I don't need to lower the poly count any more than that. There we go. We got a pretty nice panel here. If ZBrush ever really is fighting you and doesn't want to work, I can show you guys tricks on how to deal with that. I'm sure it'll happen at some point on stream, so I'll just wait for that to happen organically. But if you just gotta know now, let me know. I can show you some more tricks with ZBrush. I've been sculpting full time since 2019, so I've picked up quite a few tricks over the years. All right, I think these legs are still a bit too thick, so I'm gonna run over them with the pinch brush. I'm also going to mask this section here because I don't want to distort other parts of the mesh. There we go. There we go. A little more spindly. I'm looking forward to having all these loose pieces draping from his hip here, because in the poses, I'm gonna have one that's really simple and the one that's very dynamic. So I can have all these little like rags that are hanging off of his hip, like flapping in the wind. It's gonna look really nice. So you see I'm going through right now and I'm kind of just pulling these edges so they're not perfectly smooth. I can't get much more detail in than this right now because it's so low poly. There we go. So for this piece, I can go ahead and mirror and weld. There we go. And then I like these panels quite a bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate it, select just one, and I'm gonna start layering. It's a pretty easy panel to work with here. And then later, I'm not gonna detail each one individually. I'll probably detail just one and then wrap that around later. Hey, Monkey is here. Greetings, humans. I hope you're having a nice morning. Today we are sculpting a graveyard ghoul. I'll be doing a couple of them. Yeah, he has a pretty nice skirt, yeah? So you can see here, it starts to build up pretty quickly. Once I have two panels I like, I just keep duplicating them and moving them around. Yeah, the stream's starting off really quick with a lot of returning viewers. It's always good to see you guys. So the hip panels right here, these are identical, but everything else I kind of made sure to go through and break them up. Now that I'm seeing this, I think that his legs are actually not long enough. So we're gonna stretch them just a touch. I'm gonna increase his length in a couple different key points. There we go. Very nice. I think I'm gonna put some wrappings on his arms as well. To do that, I'm just gonna mask one section. And then always going through and ZBrushing to get that cleaner mesh on the sides here. All right, there we go. I'm mostly just putting this here for a second to see if I even want things on his forearms. I think I do. I think I'm also gonna want some pieces hanging off. There's just gonna be like shredded rags all over him. These will also be really nice details as I pose him because every bit of this fabric can be dynamic. There we are. Let's go ahead and add some fingernails to improve the silhouette here. The way I add fingernails is pretty simple. I take a sphere, and you probably guessed it, I ZBrush by half. I do that a lot. And then I stretch the form up using the gizmo, and then put a nice big curve on it using bend arc. And that's pretty much it. Obviously this moon shape is more than what I need, so what I'll do is I'll select just half of it, close holes, and then I'll polish the edge. There you go, now you have a really nice low poly, easy to use fingernail. You can always sharpen the tip of it by using the pinch brush. ZBrush by half one more time, and now it's looking quite clean. I guess ZBrush didn't like me cleaning that up, but that's okay. This is just ZBrush's way of reminding me early on that I need to save more. That's a-okay. Alrighty, well, let's get this panel back on here. Didn't lose much progress. And a lot of this is really in that early drafting area. I'm not certain how I want him to be dressed. There we are. Well, if you missed the claw demo, I need to do it again, so you get a second chance. All right, so this is how I do a claw. Again, I have my sphere, I use ZBrush by half, make it a bit smaller, stretch it up with the gizmo, and then throw bend arc on it. We don't need both sides here, so I'll mask, close, delete hidden, and then smooth it off. Corey D Gaming is back. Good morning, hello. And there we go, now we have a nice claw. I went ahead and made it a bit thinner. If I ever have ZBrush crash, I kind of make it like a rule that if I have to do the same thing again, I might as well do it a little bit better the next time. I also think it'd be nice to add some more color here. We have a two-tone look that I enjoy quite a bit, but a nice accent here would be some yellowing colors. So let's go ahead and add a nice yellowy fingernail. I'll probably go in and I'll paint his toenails to match later. And then really quickly I'm going to run through here and fill all of these with the correct colors. You can tell what you have poly painted or not by just looking quickly in your subtool menu here. So I can see this one's still white. There we go. Just a nice easy way to figure out what is actually painted and what just looks like it's painted. All right, to position them, I'm just going to use the 3D gizmo. Do a lot of little rotations, and then fit them onto the nail. I'm not going to do any more nails quite yet because this ghoul here, his whole point is that he's a graveyard ghoul. Specifically, this was a requester on Patreon asked for a Kelshite ghoul, which I believe is from Pathfinder. But the whole point is that they burrow under cemeteries and they come out of the ground when you're not suspecting it, and they kill you. They specifically do not convert you into more ghouls. They specifically just eat you. So that's why he's going to look very hungry, and his hands are going to be kind of like spades. So let's go ahead and make those hands look a bit more spade-like. I have a bit of an influx of people joining here. Goodness, this stream is already bigger than yesterday, and yesterday was my biggest stream ever. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Mia, and I create 3D printable models for a living. So the whole point of this is that I'm going to then print these at tabletop scale. So here's an example. This is 3D printed. You can't like super see it focusing, but I'll do a bit of a promo of these later. But I've been doing this for about 5 years, and it's just been a great time. As of the last couple weeks, I've started live streaming my process, and looks like a lot of you guys are very interested in that. So if you have any questions, whether you're also a creator, ask. I am totally transparent. I don't have any secret techniques. I actually teach people how to use ZBrush, so it'd be very silly if I was gatekeepery. Wouldn't be a very good teacher, would I? All right, let's go ahead and make these hands more spade-like. I just want to do a quick introduction there because I saw we had a couple dozen people hanging out here, and want to make sure you guys know what's going on. If you're wondering what this little Chad is doing off to the left here, this muscle man, that is where the live stream started. That was our beginning point. So as the stream continues, I make these little stamps on my screen to kind of show the progress. So if you jump back to this stream in about an hour or so, you'll see even more stamps on the screen. Every live stream that I do, I actually finish the model. And so at the very, very end, however long it takes, and at the end of the stream, I will share the 3D printable model with you guys for free. So if you have a 3D printer or a friend with one, you can go ahead and get those files for free. If you're watching this in the future, those files are no longer free. This is what I do for a living, so I do sell them. But it's a smoking deal. You can get 850 of my models for $7 on Patreon. I have all the links and all that good stuff in the description. You can always buy them individually. I also sell them in my main factory, but they're $3 a piece. So you can either get 2.5 models, or you can get all of them for $7. Honestly, I get it though, because I avoid subscriptions like the plague. The only reason why I have a subscription-based model at all, like Patreon, is because since I do this full time as a creator, it's nice to have that like consistent income. I've always found like the business side of art pretty fascinating. If you guys have questions about that, feel free to ask. I'm not shy about talking about it. And I never thought I would be a full-time artist. It wasn't my dream as a little girl. I was actually a pianist. I always thought of myself as a musician first and foremost. And then towards the end of my engineering school, I started messing around with 3D modeling because my dad very generously gave me a 3D printer for my birthday. And after a while, I got kind of bored of printing other people's stuff. And I've always liked fantasy. One of my favorite series of all time is Dragon Age. So yes, I'm very happy I finally got a new Dragon Age game. It's been the best. But that's besides the point. Anyway, my point is, a lot of this is new and fresh in my mind. But I've been doing it for long enough that I can talk about it quite a bit. Because it's been 5 years now? Yeah. Alright, try to make his hands as spade-like as possible. So I'm really making sure that middle finger is pulled down to get this shape here. I'll keep his fingers pretty close together as well. So, ideal for digging. Alright, now let's go ahead and add the rest of the fingernails. Mark says, what are yours and your hubby's other jobs? We don't have one. This is it. I do this full time. that's kind of why I talk about Patreon so much, and all the other aspects that make this possible in a living. Even just you guys hanging out on stream honestly helps. I've already connected with new clients and new students here, but yeah, this is my full-time job, both of us. So I do all the sculpting and modeling, and then my husband does literally everything else. So I'm pre-supporting, test printing, any graphics that you guys see. My entire live stream setup here, he does all of that as well. Mark says, very nice, right? I feel very, very lucky to be able to do this full time. I've been doing this full time since 2019. If it wasn't this, I'd be working as a mechanical engineer somewhere. Funny enough, having a lot of people that play tabletop games also have careers in STEM. So when I first graduated college, I actually had a few people that supported me on Patreon reach out being like, oh, hey, like I work at Raytheon or I work here. If you did ever want to like secure an interview, let me know. I can help you with that, which I thought was really funny that everything kind of helps each other. So again, even more so, if you guys are kind of interested in what it's like in being a creative full-time, I'm happy just to talk about it. The reason I'm not kind of like just riffing on what it's like is because I've been doing it for years and it doesn't seem that odd to me. I've never had a quote-unquote real job, you know what I mean? Because I went from high school working jobs to college. I had quite a few, but never like your classic like 9-to-5 proper like career. All of my jobs when I was in college were stipend based, which is the worst, guys. Oh my God. Stipend based means that you are paid a lump sum and there's no limit on your hours. You just do the job until it's done. So, it's like slave labor. It sucks. But I had housing for free, so it was worth it, I guess. Kind of a funny story on that. I had a full ride scholarship to college, but I was convinced I was going to lose my scholarship. So I was so paranoid that I also worked during college. And sure enough, I did lose my scholarship, but I lost it on my very last semester of my 4th year. So I didn't need to be so worried. Like I was just fine. And I didn't lose my scholarship for anything spicy or interesting. I lost it because I didn't keep a 3.5 in mechanical engineering. I graduated with a 3.3? I can't remember. But I was right next to it. I probably would have done better if I wasn't taking so many darn classes, but I was just hell-bent on finishing within 4 years, and I did. So. Also, I'm fully aware that a 3.3 GPA is not bad. For me, it was quite the embarrassing time. I felt very ashamed to lose my scholarship, but looking back, I'm like, it's been years since I graduated, and I'm like, I did good. I did my best. It's been very healing not being in an academic sphere, I'll tell you that. I remember right around the time I was about to graduate, I had a couple of my professors walk up to me and they didn't ask me about grad school, like getting my master's degree. They just immediately assumed I was going to get my master's degree and like, oh, hey, so like, here's your GRE prep and this and that. And like, I was so burned out by the end of college. I'm embarrassed about this, but I was rude. I was rude. I just blatantly like would laugh. I was like, are you serious? I have not kept my master's. I am getting the hell out of here. So I got my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, took off, and now I sculpt monsters for a living, and I felt very, very lucky to be able to do so. All right, his little purse mouth lip is just not working for me here. It's very funny, but it's not ghoulish enough. I really want to put a lot of teeth in his mouth. So we're gonna open his mouth a bit and then put in some nice rows of pearly yellows. Royce is here. Good morning. We're sculpting a graveyard ghoul today. He's looking quite spooky and nice. We're mostly done with this base mesh here. I haven't gone into my higher polys yet to detail it all, but the proportions are looking quite nice. The main thing right now is I'm not happy with his mouth. He needs teeth. Otherwise, he just kind of looks... He looks a little handsome Squidward-ish, and that's not what we want. Okay. So to open up his mouth, my base mesh here already has a mouth flap in it, which means that this is a hole. So if I grab my Move Topological brush, you can kind of see some teeth peeking out right here. So we're gonna go ahead and move this mouth around. Oh, let me go ahead and just select his mouth. There we go. Gonna use the pinch brush to make his lips a bit smaller because they keep getting more thick and luscious the more I use the Move brush. There we go. There we go. He needs a bit of a sneer. It still needs a lot of work, okay? Just stick with me here. I also want to mask, oh, that's a cute look. Okay, anyway, I still want to mask his mouth to be its own piece here, so I can go ahead and enlarge it. There we go. Quite nice. Xander's here. Good morning. Why are you making a model of me? Oh, sorry, I probably should have asked first. All right, let's go ahead and paint his teeth a nice grizzly yellow. But first, let's give his gums a purplish color. I could just do a darker blue, but I think it'd be more interesting if we had some color contrast here. There we go. All right, let's go on with our yellows. So to quickly color pick the new color, sorry, I'm kind of losing track of my thoughts because I keep looking over and the viewer count keeps going up. It's been a very lively stream. I can't believe that I could fill a room, guys. I could fill a small classroom. That's insane. Thank you guys so much for being here. I don't want to keep reintroducing myself because I know a lot of people here know who I am. But the gist is I make 3D printable models for a living, and I primarily do tabletop stuff. You can print this model as big or as small as you want. I actually have some examples off camera. Like I have a big one, and then I have a small tabletop scale one. They're the same file. You can make this big or even bigger. It's really just depends how big your printer is. Okay. All right, going and adding a little bit of poly paint here and not being too picky with it because I'm going to be changing the teeth here quite a lot. All right, so something that makes teeth a fun part of the model is that you can make them super crooked and asymmetrical. That's where a lot of the personality comes in. So I'm gonna click X on my keyboard to turn off symmetry. And now let's start moving these teeth around. I'm gonna have most of them touching purely because, again, I do all this for 3D printing and having to put little supports in the mouth is just ridiculous. I'm not gonna do that. I think it'd be nice if you had a big chipped tooth right here. And I can pull this tooth up. I love crooked teeth. I think it's like one of my favorite little details to have on a model. It adds so much to it. Same with the gums. I can kind of pull one side of the gums down a little bit. If anyone's just joining the stream, they just see like this little eyeball and teeth. This is why I have stamps on the far left where you can kind of see my progress as we go. Otherwise, it's hard to tell what the heck is going on. Corey said, yeah, it seems like you're having a great day today. I heard yesterday was good too. Yeah, yesterday was my biggest live stream ever. And today has like already beat that. So that's really, really exciting. Don't want to sap on you guys too much, but like this is such a big deal to me to be able to show my art to more people, and it gives me a lot of energy. It's very exciting. Especially because I kind of feel like I don't deserve a big live stream audience quite yet because I'm just so new to it. Like I've only been doing this for a couple weeks. I understand I'm coming in with a skill set I've been working on for years, but I don't know, there was a couple streamers that I followed and I'd be like their one viewer, you know? And I'm not a chatter. I do not talk in the chat. I am strictly a lurker. There was actually an artist I really enjoyed. She was really small. And at one point though, like she'd point out like she could see people were watching the stream, but they weren't commenting. And she would like call out the lurkers, which is like a live streaming sin. Like, leave your lurkers alone. We're sensitive. I want to hang out. Don't talk to me. Just do your thing and I'll do my thing. That's my favorite kind of stream. I feel very lucky that I kind of have both. I have a lot of people that lurk and hang out, and I have people that chat with me the whole time, which is fun. All right, I think this looks so much better with that mouth open. I can go a step further here and either give him an overbite or an underbite. And I'm not sure which one I want, so let's just kind of do both. If I pull the front forward, it looks like that. If I pull the bottom under, it looks like that. I kind of like the front being pulled forward. Also, his nose lost a lot of volume, so let's go ahead and add some back. Here we go. I'm really giving him the goofiest, waviest nose. It's bringing me joy. I'm probably gonna go in and break it later on. And Monkey says, it's 50-50 lurk and comment for me. That sounds like a healthy ratio. I am 100% lurk. If I am not the literal content, I am nowhere to be found. Pat says, nice set of teeth. I think so too. Thank you. Corey says, are all those teeth separate little objects? Yes. Or just using a small enough brush not to mess up the other teeth as you work. They are all independent objects, however, they're within the same subtool. So let's talk about that really briefly. So let's see, if you guys look over here, I'm like furiously making a circle. Right here is a subtool. You can kind of see this tiny little image of a body. So if I hit Shift F, you'll see all of it highlights pink, right? That means that's the entire subtool, but within it, I can have individual pieces. So within this, I can go to auto groups, and you can see all the distinct pieces that are within it. So you can see that the mouth has now lit up rainbow, and that's because each one is a mesh within it. If I were to use an operation like Dynamesh or remesh by union, that will no longer be true, because it's going to take any of those overlaps and it's going to remesh it to be one continuous piece. So yeah, I hope that was helpful. Pat says, so the base model has a mouth and teeth. Yes. Out of curiosity, when creating a model with a closed mouth, but that has the mouth cavity, how do you make that cavity disappear in post-processing? Fantastic question, because that is something you need to do for 3D printing. You don't want just a hole in the mesh. Honestly, when you're printing for tabletop scale, it's so small, it becomes solid anyway. But that's bad practice, so I'm not going to advocate that. You have two ways you can do that. One, you can stuff a sphere in his mouth. Literally, you just go in. I'm going to show you guys. And you literally just grab okay, let's not be silly. It wants to fight me right now. Here we go. You just literally grab like a sphere, or a capsule in this case, and I'm just gonna stuff it in his mouth. And if I go to transparency, I can see where it's sitting. And you stuff it in there, and you remesh. That's one option. When I go through my post-processing, which I will do at the end of the stream here before I share this model with you guys for free, as I go through my remesh by union and I find artifacts, it will naturally isolate that whole cavity, and I can delete it and then close holes, and that works as well. Taylor asks, how do you decide what should and shouldn't be the same unionized mesh? Well, when I'm sculpting, I like everything to be separate pretty much. It gives me the most flexibility. But after I've posed, I don't really need as much individual movement. So I start merging things together past that point. And when I'm post-processing for 3D printing, I just merge everything and unionize everything. Very good questions. You guys are on a roll. These are such good questions. Corey says, oh, that transparency feature is nice. It is. I have it pinned on my UI. My custom UI here, again, is custom. So none of these buttons are normally here. And if you want to know how to find them, let me know. I don't always know exactly where they are right away because I've used my custom UI for so long. But the transparency feature is under transform, right here. Pat says, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing it. You're very welcome. Thanks for asking such solid questions. You guys were on a bit of a roll there. That was nice. All right, I'm pretty happy with a lot of his forms here. It's time to detail this body a little bit more. We're gonna kind of break a lot of anatomy rules here. I'm gonna kind of make up some muscle groups because you usually have this little overlap here. It kind of looks like cross-hatching. And no, I don't know what they're called. There's these ones, and then there's some other ones that kind of like loop into it. We're gonna ignore all of that. I'm gonna detail this kind of more like Vecna from Stranger Things, not Vecna from D&D, even though they're kind of similar. Anyway, I want him to have a lot of ridges on him because again, he burrows in the dirt, and so I want him to be able to cut through that dirt quite easily. So all the ridges will be pointing downwards, not being like little scoops. And if you're like, that doesn't make sense, you're in luck, I'm gonna show you. So let's get started. So I'm going to not be on the absolute lowest subdiv, but I'm not going to be on the absolute highest. I'm going to be on like a medium level of polys. I'm going to have my lazy mouse enabled to about 30. That's going to round out my strokes and be using the standard brush. All right, let's go ahead and start on his pectoral muscles. That's just his chest. And we're going to start adding some striations here. I'm gonna like carefully make sure where I start and end because I want them to still start and end in a reasonable way. So it's gonna go from the center of his chest all the way out to his deltoids. I'm gonna be alternating between the damn standard brush and standard because I still want everything to fit together nicely. So let's go ahead and kind of carve out where some of these muscle groups are gonna interact. Right now I'm outlining his deltoid. And I'm really gonna exaggerate the way that his collarbone sits right here. It's called like it's not acronym, that's a different word. It's like acromenon. As you guys can tell, I'm an anatomy expert. Again, I read a lot, I don't say them out loud, so I sometimes have a hard time knowing how to say, pronounce words, because I've just read them. I'm sure you guys have experienced that, like if you were like reading like a fantasy novel and it gets like a TV show adaptation or a movie, and then you watch it and you're like, wow, I pronounced that totally different in my head. Corey says, hey, at least on this model, you could have some messed up elbows. I feel personally attacked and understood at the same time. For people that don't know what Corey's talking about, I hate elbows. We don't talk about elbows. I'm trash at sculpting them. They look stupid, even when I sculpt them correctly. And a close second is kneecaps. Anyway. Corey says, and call it a feature. I agree. Oh, Zara coming in here again with very, very helpful, acromion. Acromion? That sounds right. I was really close. I said acronym, which I know is not it. Acronym is like, the opposite of synonym. So, anyway. Being a little silly on the stream today. All right, we're gonna have some striations coming off of his chest. And there's a couple features I want to show you guys here if you haven't seen them before. Even if I'm not going to be using it, I think it's fun to know about. If you do a stroke on ZBrush like this, and then another one, let's say here at the bottom, you can go to the stroke menu and click the button Interpolate. So if you're not looking, look, this is cool. Bam, you see that? And it will repeat that stroke in between and fill the area. Obviously it did it too many times because my stroke count was 10. So it did 10 duplicates between the top point and the bottom point. Let's do Control Z and let's do Interpolate to 4. Isn't that cool? Like, I just think that's the coolest thing, and I never use this feature, but I enjoy that it exists, so I would like to show it to you guys. And then Monkey went in with Necronom, which is similar but different. That's a book. That's a book of necromancy. You're confusing me, Monkey. I'm actually gonna leave that there because it's just fun. It's totally not correct. He has like a 20 pack right now. I don't care. I make their own rules here. All right, we're gonna go back to doing these intentional striations. I'm gonna undercut this with a damp standard brush. And by this, I just mean the bottom of his pec. And then we're also gonna do kind of like almost like a fabric like stretch mark coming out from the outside of his pecs in. Again, the whole body of this is just gonna be ridgy. Looks pretty good on low poly. As I move up, it definitely looks a little lumpier, but we're gonna be refining this as we go. And Pat asks, will you pose the hands? I usually see you do the mini hands trick, but since you've made such specific hands, I imagine today it's time to pose them. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm gonna keep them largely spade-like, so they'll be pinched, here we go, pinched together, and then maybe I'll scoop them a little bit, because again, he's a digger. All right, let's see. It's been a pretty quick start to the stream. I am an hour in, so I'm gonna take a quick break here, get some water, stretch. If you've been hanging out with me since the beginning, I recommend it's a good time to step away from your computer, take a little quick 2-minute break. If you haven't already, liking the video does help. And if you are enjoying the stream, subscribe, because I do this all the time and then you get notified and we can keep hanging out. If not, just remember my schedule. It's Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And I've been doing that for, I think this is my 2nd week doing it full time. Pretty cool. And then Corey asked, what's the mini hands trick? We're gonna show the goofy mini hands thing I do when I get back. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. I see you guys in the chat have been warming up the audience for the forbidden mini hands trick. I'm actually not going to use it on the specific model, but I'm happy to showcase it for you. So let's talk about it. Alright, let's say that you want different hand pose, but you don't have to actually do it. This is for you. One, I have an asset library where I already took the time to pose lots of different hands. Let's say I want his hand to be in a fist. I grab this, I append it. Here we go. Now we have this. However, I don't want to lose my beautiful subdivision levels on this body. And I don't want to reconstruct them because I'm lazy. And I feel like it works half the time. This is what I do. I take the fist, I line it up on the knuckles. There we go. All lined up. And then I hide the hand underneath it. And this is where mini hands comes in. I take my mask lasso brush, invert the mask by holding Command Tap, and I crush it. Mini little hand. And now, I have a fist, I have subdivision levels, and everybody wins. And nobody knows about it, because when I remesh at the end, it doesn't become a problem. So there you go. You guys have now been educated on the magic of the mini hands trick. It's really nice, honestly, because then I can go through and I can change these hands very easily to all kinds of poses I have defaulted here. Because I realize like this thumbs up pose doesn't seem like a big deal. You don't want to sculpt this from scratch every time. It's a huge pain. So I just do it once and then we're good forever. Now for this specific model, why are we not using the mini hands trick? Well, because I made custom hands. Simple as that. They're really long and kind of spade-like because he is a digging ghoul. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and delete that fist. But now you guys know the magic of the forbidden, very goofy mini hands trick. And oh yes, that's trademarked. That's my secret technique. All right, let's continue detailing this body. Actually, I'm kind of happy with just what's been blocked out here roughly. Let me figure out if there's any more pieces because I'm tired of my Chad stamp being here because when I zoom in and work on it, if anyone's kind of just like floating through the stream and they're new, it's really hard to see what's going on. So I want to get a new stamp on here ASAP. Corey says, oh, I see. I remember you did the same thing with your horse. Yep, mini head squish in the hand holding the staff. You were correct. You were correct. I will also do this with heads. So on any model you see me create that is like an animal humanoid, so that just means like a human body but has like the head of like a wolf or like a tabaxi cat head. I do the same thing. I take a human mesh, and I squishy little head, and then put a new animal head on top. And it works. It's just silly to watch me do it. But I never realized how funny it was until I live streamed. You guys were like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, right, no one usually sees this. Taylor says, try to imagine what it'd feel like to have a mini hand inside your main hand. Double hand. Yeah, that'd be odd. That'd be odd. Kind of like a glove. I don't know. I can't say I've thought about it before. Okay, what other pieces do I want here? Again, I don't want him having a whole lot of clothing. I'm gonna duplicate the belt here, make a slightly larger belt, and then kind of give some more layers. Here we go. Look how much better that looks already. We'll do the same thing up here, but I'm gonna do this out of symmetry and then mirror it later. I find that working on symmetry sometimes, like on the arms, is just, the move brush doesn't interact the way I want it to, especially the gizmo. It's something to do with the pivot point. It just kind of floats around too much. I'm being a little non-committal with what's going to be on top and what's not. There we go. I increase my Z intensity. move it around. I've seen a lot of different tricks on doing wrappings. The reality is they're just kind of tedious. You just kind of let them be what they're going to be. I find it always looks best if you just take the time to manually do it yourself. Taylor says, I feel like he needs a ball and chain. I do like that. Is there a way that we can make that concept more graveyardy? I like it though. I'm thinking, what gets chained down in a graveyard? I'm thinking. Or more just like gravedigger motifs. Like I want to give him almost like a lantern that he's holding, but he's too dumb to use a lantern. He just eats. He eats dirt and people. Like he does not know how to use a lantern. Back in the day when I was just a new artist learning 3D, instead of doing bandages like this where I'd make them independent meshes, I would just sculpt them on the base mesh, because if you go in with like clay tubes, it kind of looks bandage-like, and I would just manually sculpt them on. It works, but I've improved since then, so now I have to do it the better way, even though it takes way longer. All right, Monkey says, quote, he eats dirt and people. Oh, that's what I said. Yeah, quote of the day. Thanks. Oh, non-sleepers here. Save. I can do that. Boop, click save. And then Taylor says, in Houdini, I would just have the cloth intersect and let simulation solve the error. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, I can simulate this fabric on it, but this is fine. I think it's so fun that Houdini is the name of a 3D software. Like, it just... Do you know why it's called that? I'd be interested to know if anyone knows why Houdini is called Houdini. Wasn't that a famous magician? Alright, we're almost done here. Just kind of getting some wraps on them. They don't have any detail yet, they're just kind of thrown on. Later I'll add some thickness and that's going to come out quite nice. I don't want to be too picky with these because it's possible I'm not going to keep them on the original design. I just find it's easier to, if I think I might like something, I just go ahead and do it. I'm gonna add some more of these tears here. I want lots of pieces of fabric hanging off. These ones I'm gonna put on the back side of his wrist. And we're gonna make them smaller. All right, let's go ahead and merge all these little pieces down because they don't need to be like 30 different subtools. There we go. And we'll go to mirror and weld. Not that way, that way. Okay, the wrappings are definitely nice. Not nicely constructed, but they're nice. Taylor says, Houdini was a magician, and the software is too. Do you know why ZBrush is called ZBrush? I don't. I know it was originally, it's not a 3D software, it's a 2.5D software. Patnate says, they did used to, They used to use a bell at the top of the tombstone in case someone wasn't dead. Oh, having a bell doesn't really make you stealthy, but would be creepy to hear at night in a graveyard. That is cool. Thanks for sharing that. Corey says, I do have a more weird question about ZBrush. How were you able to switch to your asset page thing and bring those models back to your sculpt? Great question. So, it's a two-parter. One, my master tools are a tool, hence master tool. So I go to my tool palette, I click on load tool. Let's open up the wings tool. Here we go. If we were gonna give him wings, we're not going to, but if we were going to, I would just select which wing I want. I can quickly select by holding Option and just clicking on the one that I want. So let's say we're gonna give him bat wings, right? I'm in this tool right now. So I'll come back to this one, this extract piece. That's just it's just showing one of the subtools for my ghoul. I go back to this, scroll down to the bottom of my subtool menu and see where it says append. You can also use insert. They do darn near the exact same thing. It just changes where it shows up in your subtool menu, but it's the same thing. I go to hit append, and at the top here, I can see that demon wing. So there you go. Now I have moved a piece from my asset library onto my main library. Not gonna lie, I do kind of love the wings on him, but that's not what we're doing. So no wings. So there you go. A little quick, easy answer to a nice little question. I wonder if I can just duplicate and throw these wrappings on his feet. I highly doubt they're gonna fit nicely, but what if they did? Let's try. I'm just gonna take these wrappings and we're gonna throw them on. His ankles are more narrow, so we'll flip this a 180. And just see if I can reuse this. Oh my god, it's kind of working actually. Neat. So you don't know if you don't try. I'm a big proponent of making assets in ZBrush and just reusing them and smushing them around, and it works. Sometimes. I wish I was more careful when I was constructing these because it'd be a little easier to work with, but honestly, it's looking pretty good still. If I decide I really like these a lot, I'll go through and construct them a little more thoughtfully, and then I can put them in my asset library. This piece needs to be thinner, so I'll go through with my pinch brush and thin that one piece out. All right, so now he has some wrappings on his legs as well. Pat Knight asks, do you plan to make those tools IMMs in the future? No, I do not. I find IMMs are fine, but they can be a little sluggish to load. I do know that new trick now, which is cool as heck. If you guys didn't know this, if you click on an IMM brush and then click on the letter N, or is it M? N is for subtools. M. It was one of these. Yeah, click on M, it will show you everything from the IMM. So sometimes these IMM brushes can be really long and you have to scroll. Not anymore, just click M and there you go. But anyway, it just takes longer to add them in that way. I mean, maybe not. I find it easier that I can just have a bunch of OBJs in a folder, and then when I want to bulk up my asset library, I just go to Z plugin, Subtool Master, multi-append. And as far as I know, I can't multi-append quickly to an IMM brush. I do like the concept though. Monkey says, M for Mia. I was thinking it, I just didn't say it. It felt so presumptuous to be like, M, you know, for Mia. Corey says, thanks. Seems like a useful thing to have. You can just pull stuff you've already done and tweak it to what you need. Exactly. And that's also, it rewards you further if you do intelligent, thoughtful construction. It's easier to break down and reuse in different ways. Like you don't want to fill your asset library with solid remesh pieces because you can't split them up. So I'd make sure to keep things pretty low poly and lots of distinct pieces. All right, I'm liking how this looks. I think that his head needs something. I'm gonna try something out. I might not like it, but we're gonna try it out. I'm gonna duplicate his body and delete the lower subdiv so I can use a curve brush. Otherwise, you can't use a curve brush with subdiv. I'm gonna go in with curve tube, and I'm gonna add some stuff to him, kind of like alien-esque. See how it's not following the body? I want it to follow the body, so to make that happen, you can go to stroke, think. Is it stroke? No, it's not stroke. Go to picker. Picker, this menu is so funny to me because all these other menus in ZBrush, do you see how long they are? And for some reason, they were like, we're gonna make its own menu just for picker, and it has like nothing in it. I really feel like all of this could be in the brush menu. Anyway, if your curve brush is not following your mesh, but you want it to, just go to picker, and instead of having once Z, click on continuous Z. Z is just referring to like a point on the model. It's just an axis. So I can even adjust the depth too. So if I make it a negative Z value, it will actually embed itself into the mesh. And by contrast, if I click a positive Z value, it will sit off the mesh. Where the heck did it go? Okay, we're being really silly now, aren't we? ZBrush is acting like it's never used a curved brush in its life. 1 second. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, and if you find ZBrush is just not listening, you can go to your brush palette, click on Reset All Brushes, and that should fix it too. Taylor says, will he have a lot of worm-like veins? Yes. Yes, he will. There we go. Again, I have no idea why this wasn't working before. Sometimes ZBrush just has an absolute meltdown, and I'm not sure what setting I pissed it off doing. So when in doubt, go to your brush palette by clicking B and reset all brushes. And it always fixes it. So there you go. The brush is now behaving as it should, and it is also following the mesh as I wanted it to. Let's go ahead and have ZBrush do a little bit more work for us and add a nice taper to this. To taper your curve brush, you can go to Stroke, Curve Function, Curve Modifiers. Click on this little graph right here, and then make sure Size is highlighted. And then just click on FV. It's gonna flip this graph here. So it's this pretty harsh negative linear. We're gonna bring it up a little bit. So it just means as length continues, size decreases. So if I tap on this, it'll update, and you'll see it now has like a little wormy taper up. I actually want it to be the other direction, tapered downward. So to do that, I will just flip V again, and that should flip it. Yep, there we go. It's a little harsh, so let's soften up the curve here. There we go. And yeah, since it's a curve here, you can actually add more nodes to it. So if I click in the center, I can have all kinds of cool stuff going on here. So I can have it getting larger and smaller, larger, smaller, that kind of thing. Pretty darn cool, huh? As you can tell, I'm a huge fan of learning new things in the software, and I love sharing new tricks with you guys, so. I'm gonna erase all those I did. And now let's kind of have fun following this musculature here. And let's add some tendrils. I'm gonna think of these, they're gonna look just like gross, but I'm thinking of them kind of like tree roots. Again, he lives underground. So that's what I'm thinking of when I'm adding these. And the big reason why I'm adding this color detail on top is because he has clothes. Where are they? There we go. And I don't want to give him like a necklace or anything, but I want some sort of secondary form that will balance out the rest of the model, because there's nothing super interesting happening on the top half right now. I am going to make these striations on his pectoral muscles really cool and bulky, but it's still not quite enough. So instead, we're going to add these forms here. I will be blending them behind his ear and into his head, but not quite yet. Non-sleeper is watching. You can't hear because he doesn't have sound over there, but he's watching, hanging out. I like it. I guess I'll just wave. And this is a really fun one to do out of symmetry. For the most part, I work in symmetry, but I'm always thinking if you don't have to work in symmetry, it really comes out looking much more organic and dynamic if you're out of symmetry. I want to be careful not to make this look like hair. It's not hair. All right, I'm happy with all of them. And then I'm probably gonna add this detail up his arms as well. I think I'm gonna, again, I wanna complement the musculature, so I think it'd be interesting if these were to pull out of the bones of his fingers. So we're gonna go ahead and go to stroke V and we're gonna flip it so I can click and drag starting from a point that I'm more familiar with. Don't like that curve. There we go. I can make the entire tube larger or smaller just by adjusting my draw size and clicking on that red and black dotted line you see. You know, on most models, adding details like this, it actually would look quite elegant and pretty, but since he's this monstrous thing, it's just making it more gross. I like it. Alrighty, I'm happy with all these little tendrils and stuff. Let's make them their own mesh. To do that, I'm just gonna quickly hide them all. Boop. Now I can take what's left and I can polygroup this whole thing with Command W. Now if I click it, it'll delete the entire thing. You have to click delete hidden. It'll hide everything and then you have a delete hidden button. There we go. Looks kind of cool just by itself, doesn't it? All right, I would like for the arm details to be symmetrical, so I'm gonna split that into its own piece and then mirror and weld. I totally forgot they had these wrappings on them, so these are kind of competing for attention, but I think it works. Let's go ahead and blend these into the hand a bit better. There we go. Corey says, looks like big long leeches latch onto him. It does, doesn't it? I really like that. That's definitely, maybe he's in a swampy cemetery. Again, anything that's latching onto him that's like parasitic, I think really meshes well with this underground spooky theme. And in like my headcanon, he's always hungry, which would very much so fit if he had things that were literally leeching energy off of him all the time. Good observation. So right now I'm taking the move brush and holding down Alt to push these forms into the body. I'm going in with a smooth brush to make some areas thinner, just to add some more visual interest. Makes them look a little lumpy too, which I like. And now I'm gonna go through and poly paint them. I do like that they're dark. I'm gonna leave them dark, but I want them to be a little more seamless with the actual body. So we're gonna add a gradient to the tops of them. And then to further sell this, we're gonna make the ends even darker than they already are. There we go. Michael's back, hello. Today we're sculpting some graveyard ghouls. So yeah, that's what he's looking like so far. Handsome fellow. Oh, before I forget, I wanna paint his toenails yellow. There we are. Let's go ahead and brighten up his teeth and his mouth just a touch. Not just so they read better from a distance. All right, quite nice. I think we're finally ready to have our second stamp here. We've made so much progress from our original Chad base mesh that I had that it's time to have a nice little marker. So to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and make him a bit smaller. And to do that, I just hold down Option. You can drag your model. If you let go of Option, but keep your pen held down, you can, it's a hotkey to zoom in and out. I know it's kind of complicated, so I'm gonna say that one more time. To zoom in and out in ZBrush, you hold down Option, put your pen down. Keep your pen held down, but lift up Option, and then drag up and down. It's a little janky, but I swear when you do it like thousands of times, you get really used to it. All right, here we are. Now we have our second stamp. To stamp this onto my canvas, I hold Shift and click S on my keyboard. S for snake. And now we can continue sculpting. And now we have a little bit of a progress bar that's formed here. Barrett's here. Hello and welcome. Good to see you again. Michael says, so excited. My printer's almost here. Should have it all set up this afternoon. Jumping with glee. Unfortunately, I can't have audio right now, but looking where I can. Sounds good. I'm gonna wave to you too. Monkey says, it's to the point where I try to do that in Photoshop now. Right? When you do the zooming in all the time, you just get so used to it. Yep, Alt Zoom. Yep, I hear you. We're gonna go ahead and bump up the ambient occlusion because it suits this model quite well. And we're gonna adjust our lighting as well. So I like to have 2 lights on, and both of them I kind of push up to the top left. I have my second light here is just like a bounce light, essentially. I like it to be a warmer color. And I also put that either the top left or the top right. We'll do the top right for this stream. All right, and now let's throw on a fun, quick render set. I do this by opening up Lightbox with comma, scrolling all the way to the right under render set, and there's 2 that I really like. I like Preview AO, which is ambient occlusion, and radial overlay. For him, he's dark and spooky, so I double clicked on Preview AO, and then Shift R for render will generate that render. Honestly, kind of underwhelming because there's not a ton of like strong details on this. So we're gonna go to radial overlay just to see if it looks interesting. We're pretty early on, but I figured it'd be fun to have a little render here. All right. All right, we're gonna do a quick sidebar here and make my camera bigger. Hello. All right, so my name is Mia, I'm part of M3DM, and everything we do here gets 3D printed. I primarily design for tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons, Gloomhaven, Pathfinder, but my stuff can also be printed big. So something really cool about 3D modeling is the same file that I use to print something this big. Let's see if I can get some focus on here. Nah, it doesn't want to. That's fine. Luckily, I design my models with strong silhouettes, so you can kind of see what's going on here. She's quite nice. We can also scale this model up to be many times larger. And these are different models, to be clear, but they're both women. Good enough. So yeah, 3D printing is such a blast. I do this with resin specifically, but you can print these with FDM. It's just a little bit more challenging if you have like these little fiddly bits, because she has these very delicate horns. Can I move my head out of the way? There we go. At some point, I'll probably have a secondary dedicated camera as these live streams kind of pick up that will actually focus in on all these minis. I recently did a carousel horse as well. Maybe one of the less traditional tabletop minis I've done, but they're pretty much all for tabletop use though. Everything that you see sculpted on here is not only for 3D printing, it is actually a request made on Patreon. So I had someone today or about last month, they had this request that they posted, and they asked for a Kelshite ghoul, which specifically roamed cemeteries and had like spade-like hands. So I kind of ran with that. Sometimes they provide concept art, but a lot of times they don't. So if you either run a D&D game and you want, or just want to see me sculpt something, if you support me on Patreon, you can do just that. I have a new request board every month, and it's just been a really good time. I make at least 20 models a month, so I get through my request board pretty quick. If you want to jump to the top of the line, I sell a priority ticket so you can just jump up. Most people only use that if they have like a model they're using for a present, which I think is really cool. I really love what I do because everything that I model, I know is gonna be special to at least one person. Obviously, most of my audience, they all enjoy it and they run their own campaigns and games, and there's always uses for them, but it feels like a handmade present just for that one person that requested it. And I've been doing that for about 6 months now. Prior to that, I made my own collections, kind of like pirates, Vikings, steampunk. I have full-fledged collections. I have like 100 models for each of those. But now that I have the basics done, it's been really fun to kind of really dive in and do request-specific stuff, because I find it's not so niche that's unusable. It's just unique. But again, this ghoul is going to look fantastic. And this is so usable for like really any basic mob in any spooky area in a campaign. So yeah, that's kind of rundown on what we're doing here and who I am. If you're interested in either having the models to 3D print or learning how to sculpt them yourself, I have a Patreon for both of those. It's pretty simple. M3DM, you get models. M3DM Learn, you learn how to make models. So I didn't get too crazy with the branding there, it's just really straightforward. My husband and I do this full time, so just you guys watching the stream is super helpful. I see a lot of you guys have already liked the live stream, and quite a few of you guys have already subscribed. I appreciate it, I notice it, and it allows me to do this full time. So yeah, little sidebar done. Keep rolling in with any questions that you guys have, and let's get to the detail stage. Our next question on here is Corey asks, what are the different materials you tried printing with or have had printed? Other than resin, so with FDM, there's more the material variation. With FDM, we largely print with PLA, but we have also done a little bit of ABS. That's for like more structural stuff when we print like hooks around the house, that kind of thing. And we're also going to play a bit more with PETG, my husband's looking into. And there's also some carbon fiber blended ones we want to try out, so that'd be fun. And then Ricky says, Mia, I have the FDM prints sitting on my desk if you want to show me, or show them. Yes, I'm going to show you guys that right now. And then Bill is here, good morning. He's looking rather cool. Thank you, yeah. He's a graveyard ghoul, so he digs up cemeteries and, as I said earlier, he eats people and dirt. All right, let me grab these FDM prints for y'all. And then thank you, husband, for reminding me. Alrighty. So these are obviously not miniatures, but these files have also been printed small. So I got this epic barbarian king here. He's in multiple colors. The multiple colors were printed all in one piece. This was not keyed together. This was printed just bottom up. This was printed on a Bamboo Labs X1 carbon, and it is just epic. I'm really proud of this model. It was pretty easy to get the multiple colors on it too. You can go into their software and kind of manually paint it on. I'm going to look into providing multiple colors pre-done in the file to share on Patreon as well. All I have to do is just not remesh my files. So at the end, you guys know how I make everything perfectly solid. That's fine, but I also remesh them, so I'm losing the separation between like the horn and the skin. It becomes one piece. If I leave it separate, it's still 3D printable, and then you can instantly color the whole piece. So yeah, I'll be looking into providing more of that as well. If you want this file, he's on Patreon. I got one more I want to show you. This one is just a sword rising from flames. Good, classic, super tall, super impressive. I think this would be such an interesting centerpiece in a campaign too. Just, there's a lot you could do with this. And again, for comparison, here is a normal 28mm scale mini next to it. Is that not just epic? Like, again, this isn't super campaign friendly, but it's freaking cool. So yeah, that's a little more insight on what I do and what's going on here. I say this 1,000 times, but it's important. If you're interested, links in the description. All right, nice little sidebar. Second sidebar, making me small again. Let's get to some detailing. Feel free to keep asking questions. I'm having a great time. And Corey asked, so you printed him with the colors? You didn't have to hand paint? No, printed with colors. Isn't that badass? Like, I just think that's the coolest thing. I really do. Taylor says, if you keep them separate meshes, you would have to boolean out the intersection areas so they can connect together properly though, right? No, not the case. Interesting, but not the case. The way FDM works, so FDM stands for Fusion Deposition Modeling. So the plastic is melting layer by layer onto itself. It's naturally going to fuse all the way together. There's no actual gaps between the shells because I'm still going to be making each of the shells solid. They're just sitting really close to each other. I can see someone spamming the heart button. I've never actually seen that before. Whoever is literally sending like icons and hearts, it's probably my husband. That's very cute. I like that. Corey says, that's amazing, lol. Right? And I'm terrible at painting. So, bam, just have the printer do it for me. Alright guys, we're sitting above 20 viewers now. We're now at 23. That's officially almost 24. That is the highest count I've ever had in the live stream. Yesterday was my biggest stream of all time. And now today is my biggest stream of all time. It's just really, really cool. Okay, that has to be my husband going nuts. Sending all the little... Have you guys looked in the chat? There's like lots of hearts and icons streaming. That's really funny. Honey, get to work. We have two different buildings on the property. We have our house that we live in, and we also have a shop. So on top of the garage, it's all enclosed, and there's a loft up there, and that's where my husband usually works. And then Monkey's very sweet, reminding everyone to like the video. I haven't given a plug for Monkey in a while. Meditating Monkey is his business name. He also has a lot of fantastic D&D materials, between also 3D printable models. That's not as much his focus. He does a lot of, everything else really. Modules, tokens, maps, lots of good maps. Highly recommend checking him out. Meditating Monkey is not only a good friend of mine, he's just a great creator as well. Okay, detail time. You guys are distracting and fun. This is where some of the magic comes in. All right, so this is for my students as well. When you're detailing a model, do not blanket detail. You really want to do this in a thoughtful way, otherwise it makes everything look really busy and really layered. And on a mini especially, it just makes it hard to look at. YouTube is trying to put in ads. No, stop it. Delay ads. Cool. I can delay ads 10 minutes at a time, so when I get really chatty, I try to make sure you guys aren't being interrupted. Or when you guys ask me questions. I always have people ask questions, and I start to answer, and then I disappear with an ad. So I'm working on that. All right, let's go. Usually I start detailing on the face, but I'm gonna have this ridged texture on his pectoral muscles, so we're actually gonna start here instead and build off of that. All right, I'm gonna go in by Damn Standard Brush and with Symmetry and Lazy Radius, just to make sure that we're not having any, I don't wanna mumble with my sculpt, okay? You really wanna push in your forms and be confident with them. So in order to build that ridge up, I'm holding Damn Standard with Alt. When you hold Alt when you use a brush, what that does is it inverts the brush. So if it normally adds material, instead it's going to take away material. I'm going to subdivide this mesh since the entire appeal here of the model is going to be his body, but just not in a sexy way. So I actually have this subdivided all the way up to 5 million points. This is really where ZBrush excels. You guys hear me say poly? That's just short for polygon, and all that means is all the shapes that make up the model. So if you look at this mesh zoomed in, see how everything's just it's just a bunch of polygons. Sometimes triangles, but usually quads. So that's all that means. All right, we've got some of these ridges building up here. These are going to catch paint beautifully. I like to make sure that all my models are wash friendly because I can't dry brush to save my life. I talk about it a lot, but I've always been creative, but it doesn't mean that everything comes naturally to me. I am just pitiful with the pen and pencil. If you guys ask me to sketch something, oh goodness, I'm like one step above. No, I'm a lot higher than a step above stick figure. I've just had to fight much harder to get to that point. 3D came a lot more natural to me. But the point is, you can really learn anything if you just put enough time into it. All right, so I have these primary ridges here, and they're pretty symmetrically laid out in space. I'm gonna go in on the smaller stuff. And then Corey asked me to add in decomposing details. Oh yeah, he's gonna be rotten as well. Appreciate you guys sticking through the sidebar. It's I always have a lot to talk about, so I'm glad it's entertaining as opposed to coming across as off topic. So to achieve these kind of like thick vein-like structures, I'm doing this with my standard brush and damp standard, and those are the only two brushes I'm using throughout this. And then Non-Sleeper just had a very sweet compliment in the chat. I'm not going to read that out loud because it's very sweet. I don't think it's that perfect, but I am getting better. I'm always getting better. Thank you, thank you. I'm not as bad at taking compliments as I used to be, because I started to realize if you're just terrible at taking compliments, it comes across equally as tacky. Just take the compliment, say thank you, and move on. I used to be one of those people that was just like, I'd argue people that compliment me. It was a terrible habit. Luckily, I mostly dropped that after I graduated high school. We're going to do some asymmetric detailing here on his throat. And these are pretty much like the implication of like a vein-like structures. Coming in with my not damp standard, just normal standard, but with alt, and I'm really going to carve out these collarbones here. All right, now I have this nice fleshy area, which would be perfect for some decomposition details. ZBrush actually added in a really lovely chisel brush recently. Chisel Organic. Okay, not recently. I haven't paid for the new version of ZBrush in years. Anyway, one of the last updates ZBrush did in 2022 has some really nice decompositional details I can kind of base off of. If you want to learn how to sculpt these kind of details yourself, it's actually not that hard. I recommend, so here, that's the texture we have, right? You can mock this really easily by using the clay brush. And you kind of like build up these forms and also scoop them out. Making sure to add some pitting. And then coming in with my standard brush and then going over those forms yet again. And then anywhere where it's looking a little lumpy, you can either lean into it or smooth them out. I like to crease them. And you can start getting, see like that little texture there? Isn't that nice? Looks like a little like zit almost. All right, so I just kind of did that little scribbly mesh really quickly in about a minute or so. And that's just kind of showing you guys roughly how that kind of texture here would happen. What this is missing is that stacking effect. And to do that, I like using move and backface mask. So I click and drag and kind of get that drooping effect, like I mentioned. So yeah, here's a quick little sculpting demo. I'm gonna undo that because I just kind of threw it on there to show you guys roughly the brushes that you would need. Obviously, I recommend spending longer than a minute. But you can kind of see how those forms build up and where they come from. Corey says, now it looks like he's got gills to me. Underwater ghoulie boy. Oh, like these right here? A little bit, yeah. Anyway, I also have a really nice scar brush I got a long time ago, Cuts and Scars. This also has some really nice textures I like to work with. This is a brush I did not create. I purchased this. I don't know who made it. Fun fact, if you were an artist and you were selling ZBrush brushes or packs, make sure to just put your name in the brush somewhere. Like I bought a lot of packs from JRO and that's how every brush is labeled. And so it's very easy to go back and find stuff that I've purchased from him in the past and get more stuff. But this one, I have no idea. It's just called Cuts and Scratches. It's not the end of the world, but I like to tell you guys where I got stuff, especially if you want to go use it. My favorite thing is to get these pre-made and pre-bought brushes like this, kind of get some block out, and then I can go in on top of the forms here and do more with them. So there's a pocket here, kind of like where a popped pustule was, and then I can add more detail to it myself. So that's why I like these pre-made brushes so much, because I just showed you I can sculpt it from scratch, but these are so much easier for me to like test out what kind of texture I want in what areas very quickly. And then once I like something that I saw, I can go through and make it a bit more intentional. Yeah, look how gross and nice that's looking. So again, this is like, I can try to do a before and after here of laying on the brush. There we go. That's the brush when I just threw it on there, and then I've done about 30 seconds of detail work that I throw on top of it. And now it looks like this. So it's pretty similar, but pumped up. Pet says, it needs a hunchback. A ghoul without a hunchback looks less ghoulish. Oh, I totally agree. He's gonna have a spectacular hunchback when we start posing him. I really like that you guys aren't shy with telling me what you want to see and like what this model would look like if you did it. I never feel pressured to take your guys' suggestions. I just enjoy them. 90% of the time I do implement your suggestions because they rock. Sometimes it doesn't fit the specific requester design or the direction I was taking it, but it's always something that I remember though. Like a while ago, Taylor suggested hook swords for this type of like fighter I was doing. And I thought hook swords would be so much cooler, but the requester was like, hey, look, this is my D&D character, he has a sword and shield, so that's what we went with. But now I know, like the next time I have a requester that asks for a model like a fighter type that's a little more agile and they don't specify a weapon, I'm using hook swords. So right now I'm kind of toying with these pustules here. I think they actually trace his hip bones quite nicely. There we go. It'll be a nice contrast to these really harsh ridges that I have here that I'm going to start puffing up in just a bit. So right now I'm kind of adding this like slimy, mushed on clay texture for these muscles here. I have the clay brush at a pretty high intensity. So I'm always telling my students, do not mumble when you sculpt. Really find a shape that you want and dig in there. If you don't know what you're doing, excellent. Go find a reference. You should have a reference no matter what. But you shouldn't just be mindlessly sculpting and just like, oh, I hope this works. Like if you're playing around, that's fine. I recommend doing a lot of exploration sculpting as well. But for the most part, I mean, you really should have a somewhat idea of what's going on. Check that out. Okay, so now we have this really mushy lower part and then this very stripy looking pectoral muscles. Now we're going to start trying to blend these forms together. So to do that, I'm going to make my brush smaller here. And now we're going to add a bunch of material to sit on top of these ridges. So the clay brush is interesting because I think if I take it and I scribble back and forth, I haven't lifted up my pen. Do you see how it's not adding any more height? With my standard brush, if I scribble back and forth, it will just get taller and taller and taller and taller. So when you're using the clay brush, really remind yourself to lift your pen up a lot and do lots of little taps and lots of little build-ups. Rob's here. Hello. Rob has been a long-term supporter for me on Patreon, and not just that, he has some excellent model requests. Some of my favorites I've done recently, so thanks for being here. And for supporting me for years, literally. Non-sleeper says ditto. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I really enjoy talking about it. And it's a bit undeniable. I'm looking at models I have made on stream versus off stream. And without fail, if I live stream a model, because I'm talking through my process, my models are coming out more intentional and more detailed because I have to tell you guys what I'm doing. So because I'm saying it out loud, it's really actualizing into the model. What I'm trying to say is it helps me a lot to live stream, and you guys being here is awesome. Not only are you just nice to me and interested in what I'm doing, you kind of, even when you guys aren't talking about the design, you're unintentionally serving as like a backboard for my creative thoughts. So yeah, add that to your resume. You guys have been co-artists. And I'll be like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, yeah, I was moral support for hours and hours. There we go. See, that texture actually blended up much nicer than even better than I was anticipating. I also think I'm gonna travel some of these forms down. I want some of that sharpness to exist. I'm not sure where to put that sharpness. Ooh, on the outside of the ribs. I found it. I also want to bulk up these pustules here. To do that, I'm going to circle it with Damn Standard and then click number 1 on my keyboard. By clicking 1 on your keyboard, it just repeats the stroke you just did. So there you go. And if you want to make your own like little pustule, all you have to do is mask an area, invert the mask, and then shoop, inflate, not that much, inflate by holding Command and dragging that little square, and then smoothing. And there you go. You just made your own pustule. I use a lot of brushes I found on the internet and have paid for. Always buy the commercial license if you're using it commercially. They have no way to know, but support other artists, you know? Anyway. But I make it a rule, like, never buy a brush you cannot sculpt yourself. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to blend it in nicely anyway, and it just defeats the entire purpose. It's fine if you get a brush for something that you're having trouble sculpting and you're using it for like a study, that's fine. But again, I just created a pustule here, no problem. I've had people ask, like, if you can just create it yourself, why do you even bother with the brushes and buying them? One, I don't like making my own brushes. I just don't. I don't know why. Maybe that's something I'll do more in the future. But more importantly, it's so much easier to have them in a VDM brush by default, so I can kind of like toy with where I want my textures very quickly. There we go. This really needs some asymmetrical details, so let's start toying with those. There we go. All right, this is looking quite nice. What color should the pustules be? I'm thinking yellow. I feel like I've said the word pustule way too much on this stream, but it has been relevant. It's just a horrible word. All right, so you can kind of see the progress we have here. It's much more interesting than our base mesh was originally. I'm pretty happy with it. All right. Non-sleeper suggests maybe some earrings or nose piercings. No, the school is too dumb for that. He has no idea how to pierce his ears. He's not fabulous enough. Again, he eats people and dirt. Ferret says, it's important to have others who you can talk to while you work. Absolutely. And again, growing up, like I was more of a musician, and it's so much easier to collaborate. And to me as a musician, it's a much more social, creative endeavor. Versus art, it's a bit more solitary, you know? So this is nice. Corey says, gotta get running for today. Nice stream, congrats. Good luck on finishing the goal. Yeah, thanks for being here. And then Ferret's like, pustules are gross, but we understand. I'm glad. All right, my camera's having a meltdown right now. 1 second. Camera, why are you doing this? You know what I look like. There. Ha. Sometimes I just need to make it refocus. I'm just switching my camera type really quick because I also have a MacBook, so there we go. That worked really well. Bam, it knows my face again. Alrighty. I want to make sure that these forms are strong enough and not just being covered by a paint job. So what I can do is I can go over to my subtool menu. If I hold shift and click on this paintbrush, it will take all the poly paint off. So let's make sure these forms are strong enough, because again, this is gonna be 3D printed, and it'd be a shame if I spent all this time doing detail and then it's mumbly. So I'm really just kind of going in with my damp sander brush here and making sure that there's creases that the paintbrush will catch. Lots and lots of paint catchers. Overall, a lot of these forms are gonna paint really nicely, but if there's not any hard areas to grab paint, it'd be a shame. All right, I'm really happy with the texturing on this. It's time to apply a similar texturing to the rest of the body. I was very slow and thoughtful and careful constructing this because I really wasn't sure how I wanted him to be textured. But now that I know, let's get booking. Might be a little bit quieter here as I focus. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Especially if you're new to the stream. I'm very welcoming of newcomers and happy to tell you guys what's going on. I'm not going to be offended if you're like, what are you even doing? Who are you? YouTube's complaining right now that the stream is buffering. If you guys are actually seeing a lot of visual issues on your side, let me know and I can see if I can get something rebooted. And again, I use primarily the same brushes all the time. This entire model has been detailed with only 2 brushes. It's been damp standard and standard. Oh, and clay. So 3 brushes. I want his face to be very textured, so I'm kind of blocking in with this clay brush. It might look kind of random, but it's really, Royce says stream is good for me. Okay, cool. I figured YouTube was just complaining. It does that. I don't know if you guys know this, but on every single stream, I have like a red flashing thing pretty much on YouTube being like, you need to increase your bit rate or whatever. And I'm like, I really think it's fine. So Thanks for letting me know the stream looks good. Anyway, it might look random here, but I have sculpted a lot of faces. I know where all of the planes are, so I'm adding and removing material to a plane at a time. It's very intentional. Especially the nose here. So our nose, when I have my students that are learning like the planes of the face, I love having them focus on noses because they're very planar and they're very complicated at the same time. So I'm actually gonna do a quick demo here and use my masking brush to show you what these planes are. So there's a plane right here. There's another one that runs down the center of the bridge. And that's the main, again, I'm leaving a little gap here, but imagine these connecting like a, kind of like I'm unfolding a box. And then we have the tip of the nose, which is broken down into this tip part here. That also extends underneath just a touch. And then we have the nostrils. Nostrils are fun because you can break them down to be very complicated or very simple, but for the most part, I always make sure that this section here is very, very clear, like spherical shape. And then right here is where I have a lot of wiggle room into how that nostril is going to sit on the face. It's going to be really wide and flat, it's going to be narrow, it's going to be small, all that kind of stuff. But there you go, those are kind of like the main planes of that nose there. So I know to make sure that I'm not going to distort the crease right here. I'm going to really exaggerate it for you guys. See that crease right here? I can't get rid of that because that's like an integral structure to the face. Kind of like I mentioned earlier, like the labial folds here, which is just your mouth. There we go. That crease needs to stay here as well. I can exaggerate it, I can move it around, but it needs to stay there. Otherwise this monster is going to look monstrous in a way that's unfamiliar, and you don't want that. A good monster will bend some rules, you know, like anatomy, but it's not going to create a new rule set. It's going to be grounded in reality still. I'm using the clay brush to block in new forms here because it's giving him kind of this pockmarked texture, and I really like it. Full transparency, I am less familiar with the forms of like on your actual cranium because I usually have models with hair. So this is about where some of my practice and familiarity falls off. So I'm gonna root it in things that I know. I know that your orbital bone is here. Just pull a socket here. And I know that's gonna come upwards. So let's kind of define that crease. If you want to improve like your faces and stuff, I recommend sculpting a lot of skulls. Or at least having them referenced. And then we're gonna kind of just loosely texture this face up here because it's pretty smooth. The skull there, it'll have like a crack in the middle, so let's see. Your actual skull has like some forms here that connect, kind of like this. There's like another piece in the back. It's like when babies are born, not everything is fully connected, like their bones are still growing together even after birth. So those are the kind of the lines I'm thinking of right now. I also think giving him some proper forehead wrinkles would be nice. I also think they need to be not symmetrical because it's making it look weird. So now I'm going in not in symmetry with a standard brush and just adding some forms in. There we go. Look pretty good. We're getting there. Hey, someone new is here. Voxel Forge Miniatures. Hello, hello and welcome. It sounds like you also do what I do. Very cool. The monkey says, skull bone's connected to your eye bone. It's all your skull, but like your orbital socket, you know, this ridgy part, which comes down to your top of your cheekbone too. Very technical, very advanced. But yeah, Voxel, hi and welcome. Pretty confident you know what I'm doing because it sounds like you do the same kind of thing. But if you didn't and you happen to just have a username that sounds very similar to the business I do, everything I sculpt on here is gonna be a 3D printable miniature. I've been doing this full time since about 2019. Today we're making some graveyard ghouls. I don't have any specific concept art I'm working off of. This is just a request I got on Patreon, and they gave me a brief description. For the most part, this patron has made lots of requests and has supported me for quite a few months, so I'm kind of familiar with their MO. They point me in a direction and then they're just excited to see where I take it. All right, we have some nice texture on the face here now. And I don't want to have these like tubes here be perfectly smooth, but I'll figure out how I want to texture them later, because again, you don't want to just blanket your model in texture. It's so hard to read. And what I mean by that is like not to have perfectly smooth areas, but there should be a very clear hierarchy of forms. Let's see, Voxel says, yes, but I do more hard surface these days. Very cool. I don't do a whole lot of hard surface stuff, just enough so I can make convincing scatter terrain. Ferret says, depending on how your undead monster is, the arm bone is connected through the skull bone. The skull bone is connected to potentially several other arm bones. And necromancy is a strange craftomancer. That was a fantastic comment to wrap that up. Also, I didn't give his ears any love. That's something that I give my students a hard time about. And look at me doing the same thing. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Yesterday was my biggest stream of all time, and I was really jazzed about that. And today we've already beaten that. So if you're here, know that you're part of a historic landmark in my little art career. It's a big deal, and I really appreciate you guys being here. Stick around to the end of the stream, or just pop back in like an hour or so, and I'll have this model finished. I'm going to be sharing the 3D printable file for free. If you're watching this in the future, it's no longer free. This is what I do for a living, so if you want this model, it's on Patreon. It's a pretty smoking deal, if I say so myself. I offer my entire backlog at once. So if you want 800 plus models, links in the description. All right, vlog is over. Let's keep detailing here. Again, this is kind of just roughing up the texture on his body with the clay brush. Still just alternating in between damp standard, standard, and clay. That's how all of these forms here have been created. As far as when I use which, well, it's a lot of practice. But when I want to add a tube-like structure, I use standard. When I want to add a crease, I use damp standard. When I want to just rough in and block up material, that's where clay comes in. Nice. As you can tell, these arms are going much faster than the rest of the detailing that I had done. That's because I already kind of established like what my texture palette is, so to speak, and so now I'm just going to be repeating those forms throughout the rest of the mesh now that I know what I want. Think of this like his abdominal and his chest, so torso, there we go. Think of his torso as kind of like a palette of colors that I created. Now that I've mixed all my colors, I can take those and put them out elsewhere. If I have anyone that's hanging out that also plays the game Animal Crossing, you can know it's a lot to decorate your whole island. So essentially the torso here is like me establishing the theme of my island. I have all kinds of items laid out that I will then use to create the theme to decorate everywhere else. I've mentioned in pretty much all my streams, but I play a lot of video games, varying different genres. I play a lot of cozy, cute games like Stardew and Animal Crossing, but my real favorite is big fantasy RPGs like Dragon Age. This month has been an absolute treat, or technically last month too, because Dragon Age Veilguard came out, and there has not been a new game in that series since 2014. I was still in high school. Hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. I know a lot of you guys listen to my streams while you're at work, and my work day is going great. Thanks for being part of it. So as of now, it definitely looks like he skipped leg day. We're gonna detail his legs now as well. So even if he wasn't a monster, I would be blocking in these forms in a pretty similar way. I would just clean them up. Since he is a monster, I can get away with kind of not cleaning up all this material and clay that I'm dumping on here because it's giving that like pock-marked look, which is perfect. Let's look at his little funny ghoul butt. Put that away. Not spending a ton of attention on thighs because they're just gonna be covered up anyway, but I just wanna make sure they're not perfectly smooth. Because even though most of it's not gonna be visible, what little bit is would be very distracting if it doesn't match the textures anywhere else on the model. Really exaggerating the bones in his feet here. And adding some more material. I'm gonna bring out that, I think that's a tendon. It's either a tendon or a ligament. Alright, he's got some texture on his legs now as well. I'm gonna fill in that gap that went a little too extreme with that. There we are. Alright, kind of flew through that, and now we have the body largely textured. Gonna spend a little bit more time on his hands, and we're gonna kind of widen the sides of them, because again, he uses these to dig through graveyards. So I want a bit of a deformed shape here, and very spade-like. So we're gonna push that middle knuckle as far down as possible. He's beautiful. I love him. Oop, dropped my pen. All right, at this stage, I'm gonna go into, now it's the fabric detailing. So make sure these are nice and tattered, but still very easy to work with because I'm going to be posing the model right after that, and I want them to be, really they serve to explain the pose better and make it look more dynamic. Other than that, they're not as essential. Oh, I haven't decided how I want to texture these tubes in his neck. Well, let's try a couple things out. Let's see how just going with damn standard or the high Z intensity looks. I can do kind of like that spiral looking texture all the way down, or I can just add more lines. I think I'm gonna do the spiral texture, because if I just add more lines, it's just gonna blend in with what's already there. Unless I add more form to it. What do I like most? What if I add some spikes? Nope, don't like that. So this is a really good example of what I talked about earlier on stream, where I really like having these pre-made brushes because I can just try out a bunch of different textures very quickly. This fungus might be nice. I think I like that the most so far. And Voxel says VDMs? Yes. And for those that aren't familiar with 3D, VDM is a vector displacement mesh. So essentially it's a brush that can have overhangs. You know, I think I'm really just gonna run over these with an alpha instead, because the rest of these are just kind of dirtying up the form of it, and that's not what I want. There we go. Yep, that's gonna blend in the nicest. Excellent. Sometimes the simplest answer is the answer. What is that? Occam's razor? There we are. All right, so I'm gonna detail this fabric. First off, we need to have some thickness on this. As of now, this mesh does not even exist. So it's not only is it not 3D printable, it's not even real. So we're gonna dynamic, 0 subdivisions, and then add some thickness. I always do negative 100 offset. That way it's not destroying the silhouette I just created. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and apply. It looks pretty good just by itself, subdivided, but I might want to keep the edges a little cleaner than that. So what I can do is I can go into crease, do a default crease, and see where that gets me. Yeah, that just looks nicer. We're gonna do that instead. And then I'll go over the top of this again with a alpha. I'm also gonna have mask by polygroups turned on to 100, and that will allow it so that it only applies a texture to one piece of the mesh at a time automatically without me having to be super careful. I want to be careful not to distort the mesh too much here. And on this taller piece of the wrapping, I might want to go through and actually add some fabric folds. But I'll keep working on the mesh and I'll decide on that later. Alright, same with these wrappings. We're going to really easily add some thickness to them. And then a little bit of texture. These I'm going to want to be pretty thick, that way they're 3D printable with no issues. I can always thin them up easier later, but sometimes it can be hard to make them thicker later. I'm going to add some nice borders on these by putting a little insert edge loop here and then key mesh and poly loop. This is the ZBrush. I'm going to exaggerate this quite a bit, how much I'm extruding it, because I don't want to crease it. So see how that looks very cookie cutter? Now I subdivide, because I didn't crease it, it should have a nice bend on it. There you go. And I can go through this again, make it a little more interesting by adding some really deep folds. To do that, I'll have my standard brush with the intensity up pretty high. So I'm kind of just carving in some folds by using the standard brush and Alt. I'll be doing this to both sides of each piece of fabric. These are really small, so not worried on them being spectacular. Just enough so they catch a nice little bit of paint. All right, some quick and dirty details there. And then as I pose, I'm gonna make sure that these are actually tucked into the wrappings. As of now, it's okay if they're just sitting there. Voxel says, just let your audience know, XMD Source has a lot of VDMs. Insert mesh brushes, it would help beginners quite a bit. I believe there was a fall sale as well. Oh, that's super helpful. So I haven't mentioned this a ton yet, Voxel, but I teach. And I'm always trying to give my students more resources. XMD Source, change the way you ZBrush. Very cool. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this up on the stream really quick. There you go. Yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Very cool. Pretty cheap too. Thank you, that's very helpful. I really appreciate that. My students would appreciate it a lot too. All right, chugging right along. Getting some more detail in here. Voxel says no problem. Yeah, I'm really big on just artists helping artists out, so that was super cool on you. Super cool of you. So yeah, these don't super make sense the way that they're laid out on here. I'm not worried about it. All this is gonna get cleaned up as I pose. I'm moving just a couple pieces around that I know I'm gonna want to have looped on each other. There we go. That one's gonna be under it, and this one's gonna be sitting on top. There we go. It's almost like a reminder for me later. The big thing is that's important is that they read well, and they're reading well, so we can move on. I'm gonna add some trim to these belts very easily by going in with my Z modeler brush, adding a couple little edge loops, and then extruding those poly loops. Going with my crease brush. And now let's add some fabric folds. These are gonna be really thick, messy, sloppy fabric folds, just because the purpose here is to catch paint. And this guy is by no means owning any nice clothes. All right, I'm blocking these in exclusively with the standard brush and nothing else. I might go through with a damp standard brush later to clean up, but I'm probably not going to need to, again, on account of this being a monster, and some messiness of forms is welcome. To get larger fabric folds, kind of without having changed my brush size constantly, all I have to do is press harder on my tablet. There we go. It's going to catch paint really well. Oops. go, got some belts there, and then we're gonna throw this alpha on top of it. I like keeping these meshes really thick because again, they're 3D printed, but sometimes that illusion will make the entire mesh come out a little chunky. So what I do is I'll go to my pinch brush and I'll just cinch up the top of it, and that keeps things looking the way that I want them to while also being very 3D printable. Michael says, just went to that website that Voxel recommended, which is XMD Source. Wow, there's a lot there. Can't wait to dive into it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, anyone that's watching that's wanting to learn ZBrush and make your own characters or scattered terrain monsters, I teach all of that. If you're interested, I have that linked in the description. All right, those belts look really good. Just quick and dirty. All right, we have a lot of different pieces here in this skirt. I'm gonna merge them all down into one piece, and we're gonna tackle them all at the same time. They're always gonna stay their own poly group, so after I pose, I'll be able to take individual flaps and move them around to show movement and keep that pose really dynamic looking. But in the meantime, tackling them all at the same time is gonna be a really efficient way of doing this. Again, making them a lot thicker than they need to be just makes my life easier in the future. So for these, I'm gonna have these really thick pipe folds coming down from the top, and then we'll fray the bottom of the mesh. These are going to be some pretty skinny fabric folds because it's going to be a thinner material. The thinner the material, the sharper and thinner you're going to want your fabric folds to be. I usually reserve these like thin, delicate fabrics for like my pretty models. I guess he's just a pretty ghoul. Voxel says, well, I do have one more side y'all might want to check out if it's not too distracting. Oh, not at all. Share away. I appreciate you being so considerate, but no sweat. You are literally providing helpful resources. I love it. It's also just an easy transition for me to plug that I'm like, hey, I teach. Do you want to learn this? I do this. All right, we have some nice texture on all of this. Now we're gonna go on the underside and we're gonna add a nice little sculpted bevel on these edges to keep this from looking too hard surface because it's not supposed to be. This is all extruded like this just because it's gonna be 3D printed. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be like it. I would just keep the mesh as thin as I wanted. Running over with my smooth brush quite a bit, just to keep those all rounded. There we go. Again, that's pretty minor cleanup. I just do that because even though you don't see the underside of the mesh here, if it ever does kind of poke out, it really takes away from the model. So that's just a little thing that I can do to keep things looking clean. Now I'm kind of playing around with this weathering brush here. I'm gonna have back face mask on so it doesn't distort the back of the mesh. Just kind of adding some minor tertiary details, giving that tattered, worn look, but it won't fray. And I mean like fray like in a 3D print. It's not gonna be fragile and a pain in the butt. There we go. Awesome. All right, I missed you guys for a second. Let me scroll back up really quick to see the chat. And then Voxel recommended ZBrush Guides by Pablo Munez Gomes. All right. There's some paid guides on there, but a lot of free resources. I know I've heard this. It sounds familiar. Okay, awesome. You guys are doing a little chat about some of these resources here on the XMD site. Awesome. I love to see it. Share tools, share tips. This is a transparent space. All right, this is looking really good. I'm gonna kind of liven up the poly paint just a bit here. And to do that, I'm gonna go in with my gradient brush, Z intensity, and pretty much just darken where there's overlaps and lighten where there's not. I never paint with pure blacks because they're just a huge pain to work with. I do use darker colors as needed. As a general rule of thumb, I like to lighten areas to make other areas look darker than just keep going darker and darker. A reminder that you can quickly color pick by hovering over an area, the color you want, and clicking C on your keyboard for color. Another trick I like to do is when I'm poly painting, I'll turn on back face mask, and it pretty much acts as like an automatic like ambient occlusion catcher. You have to be very careful with what angle you're painting it on though. There we go. So again, this was the before, this is the after, and I painted that in just one stroke by having ambient, or not ambient occlusion, by back face mask turned on and then rotating my camera. So I grabbed it from about here. I can't remember where I picked up that trick. I think I just kind of stumbled across it on accident. So this is the before, this is the after. I'm starting to really push his proportions here and get him looking spooky. I don't want his head to be too small though. There we go. Just skimming through the chat really quick. You guys have a whole good conversation going here. Awesome. I'm gonna let y'all just carry on. There we go, looking much more ghoulish. He doesn't have that hunchback yet, but we're gonna be integrating that pretty soon here because it's about posing time. Yeah, and this little base mesh stamp I have over here, he's given that like Napoleon Dynamite expression. Just, I'm really glad I pushed it a little bit farther so he's actually looking a bit spooky and not just dumb. Looking good. Hey, Miguel's here. Hello, welcome. Always good to see you. Your ghoul looks dope. Thanks. I just finished a tentacle monster. Very nice. Yeah, it's spooky ghoul time, and pretty soon here we're gonna get to posing. Pretty excited about it. Yeah, he's looking horrible in the best way. I'm excited about it. I want to make his bicep here a bit lumpier, so I'm going to go with the clay brush and just add a couple of secondary forms that don't actually exist in real life, but we're not straying too far from what's actually real, so it's fine. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm really happy on this progress so far of the stream. What a good old time. Sweet. Barrett says, this is looking fantastic. Thank you so much. The MZ says, does the spooky ghoul have a name? He looks like a Lawrence. He doesn't have a name yet, but he probably does need a name. His name would be like something dumb, because again, he's not very smart. He eats dirt and people. I think I'd name him Crud. His name would be Crud. Yeah, it's hard to believe. So if anyone like new that's tuning in that's not as familiar with 3D, so Miguel, I mean, you have no idea about 3D. You'll want to know this. The beginning of this live stream, we started with this like Chad base mesh here that I've made off screen. I use this at the beginning of all my male-esque models. And then somehow we've gone from this little low res block out to now this high res block out. And yeah, that was all on this live stream. So this will be a really good one for my students to reference. Oh, we have some more names. Yeah, Miguel says Lawrence, Monkey says Frank, and then Miguel says, you know, Crud is a good name. Next one-shot NPC, Crud the Ghoul. Loves baking. I like that. Oh. Miguel, you always make me smile. 3 what? I don't understand. I'm just looking over the whole model right now. Really happy with this. Yeah, the poly paint goes a long way. I do want to do a quick check here to make sure that he looks solid without poly paint and I'm not painting on details that aren't there. Nah, he looks solid. Gosh, look at this goofy man. Oh, I love him. I'm really happy with how I pushed his forms and stuff on his face. I've been watching a lot of Face Off recently on Netflix, which is like a creature sculpting show, but it's all real effects, so it's not digital. And sometimes when I hear the judges like criticizing the artist's work and being like, none of this makes sense, blah, 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 and I'm like, that's how I sculpt that. So it's been a learning experience. I'm like, I can do better with this and that. I'm always taking little mental notes. I think I did a good job pushing his face today. Staying a monster, but not breaking any rules. Just pushing the rules a little bit. And then Miguel lovingly called me a nerd. It's accurate. I mean, it's a joke, but it's not really a joke. I do sculpt dragons and ghouls for a living, so it's pretty dorktastic. Someone's gonna jump into this stream and be like, oh my god, this guy is bullying her, calling her a nerd. Miguel and I are very good friends. Pet says, Ghoulbert. Pet, you're too witty. This is like every time you come in with like a little comment, every time I'm like, ooh, I love that. And I mean it, but like, I've always been jealous of people that are witty and just naturally funny. I've never been one of those people. I try to make up for it with like general friendliness and charisma, but it's not the same. Ghoulbert. I love that. His name is Crud. Alright, let's go ahead and drop a hard save here because I haven't done that even once today. Ooh, I'm really living on the edge. Let's go ahead and save. Graveyard ghouls. And again, it's plural because there'll be 2 poses today. Oliver says that ghoul is looking amazing. The bulbous things on his waist look really painful. Ah yes, I've been lovingly calling them pustules. I don't like that they're so symmetrical. Like this one here, one of them needs to be gone. We're gonna get rid of this one. Remove. We're gonna push that material in. We're gonna say that pustule has popped. How about that? Horrifying. And then we're gonna drag an edge on that. Oh, pow. Super fast. That was actually really fast. There we go. I popped the pustule. And I'm pushing in some of these forms a bit more. Also, these, what are these? Weird muscle that doesn't need to be there. Go away. Just gonna fill that in. There we go. Oh, just a weird crease that wasn't doing anything. All right. Beautiful. We're just about ready to pose. I'm gonna add a little bit of wear and tear on his fingernails. Come on, let me add wear and tear, ZBrush. We're gonna add, there we go, some wear and tear on his fingernails. Which, sweet. Looking great. I've spent so much time on this base mesh. Oh my goodness, just having a good little time. And now we're finally going to pose. Gonna go to Transpose Master and T-Pose Mesh. It's gonna crush this down all the way to its lowest poly. And then Voxel asked, 28mm? You were correct. Oliver says, how do you call the feature that allows you to place the stamps or progress images? I'm trying to find out if there's equivalent in Blender. I'm not sure, but in ZBrush, I just do Shift S, and that will stamp it on there. Sleeper is back. Hello. Oh, sweet. And then Voxel is responding saying, there is Oliver. Look up adding alpha mass in Blender. Thank you so much. You've been like super helpful. I'm going to unofficially tell you to come back, Voxel. You've been really helpful and great. I would love if you subscribed and came back. Mostly subscribe so you get notified when I live stream, but you don't have to if you remember my schedule. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. All right, and then also a quick sidebar here because you mentioned 28mm. Yes. Make my face big for a second. Here's some prints I got off screen. What's cool about this though, Vox already knows this, but if you make a 3D printable file, you can print small or you can print it big. These are not even the same model, but I could print this model this big or bigger if I wanted to. And if you have a large 3D printer, you can print as big as you want. And I have this guy that I printed on FDM. This is obviously not a mini anymore, but isn't he freaking cool? If you want any of these models, I have the link in my description. They're all on my Patreon. I don't sell them individually. So if you pay for my Patreon and support me, you just get everything I've ever made. I know it's not the smartest business model, but it's been working for me. I can pay the bills and then some, so I don't feel the need to be greedier than that. Woo. All right, sidebar over. Let's get to some posing. If you guys have any questions about anything I just talked about, let me know. And then Voxel laughs. He's like, sure, I have too many tips. Happy to have you here. And then Monkey's being very sweet. Just a reminder, don't forget to like and subscribe. All the good stuff. Business, business. This is my new largest stream of all time, which is really exciting because my previous largest stream of all time was yesterday. So it's been a poppin' week. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I do. Okay. Well, let's get rolling. Let me get my pose reference up on the left. Oh, I really did not pick easy poses today. That's okay. We'll do the easier pose first. Luckily he's a monster, so if I goof it up a little bit, it will all look intentional, right? That's how that works. Pat says, you're finishing up the ghouls while I've only managed a sad little slime from the homework you assigned me. That's good, that's part of it. So Pat is one of my newest mentorship students, and that's one of the assignments I do. And specifically, it says, I'm pretty sure I just gave you the create bad assignment, and I will be angry if you give me something good. The whole point is that you kind of just mess around, make a blob, make an alien. Don't obsess, don't try to over-perfect it. I find a lot of my students burn out because they just push themselves too hard. Let yourself be bad at something. It's very important. So I forgot I'm doing 2 poses here, so I'm actually going to copy this tool and paste it. So now I have 2. So we're going to pose the first one. I'm going to drop a save again. I normally only do 1 pose, so I don't have to do that generally. Sweet. Monkey says, that's because it's growing. People are liking and subscribing, and the YouTube algorithm machine is saying, ooh, people like this. I will show this to others. It's true. I mean, it sounds so simple, but it works just like that. Alrighty. I like to pose the legs first. It just makes a lot more sense to me of where the weight is going, and then I will balance his shoulders on top of that. And then Pat says, don't worry, it's far from good. I'm glad you're following like the little skull blob reference video that I sent part of it, but don't just copy that. Make sure you do your own thing too. Lots of sculpting fun. Alright, so to pose, it's very important that you put your transpose line right where that bone is hinging. And then I click R to go into rotate mode, and that allows me to get a pretty clean rotation. So I'm looking really carefully at my reference here. I use my poses I get from the Pose Archives. Again, that's the Pose Archives. Look them up, they're fantastic. Very light NSFW stuff, so if you're sensitive, then don't look it up. But they have a lot of really fantastic posing packs based on like different, I thought it was like monsters, they also have like all kinds of different poses with different weapon types. So great axes, swords, that kind of stuff. It's very, very helpful. And they're actually real people. So it's pose references of real people are always the best. I used to do just finding poses that I liked on Pinterest and kind of making conglomerates of those, but they were usually based on illustrations, and I was kind of naturally just embedding the mistakes that that artist had made into my own work, and it was just like, what is that called in the scientific method? It's just like compounding error, essentially. Like, I'm very surprised by this, but his foot is really rotated out. It's following his knee a lot more than I expect it to. But that's a real person I'm looking at, so I guess that's possible. Also, anyone hanging out, if you have subscribed and I missed it, I want to let you know I do appreciate it, and thank you so much. There's a pop-up on the screen that happens, some like cute animation effects, but I don't always see it because that screen isn't in front of me. Understandably, I'm not watching my own live stream because I am the live stream. Eventually, as I kind of like grow and improve, I do plan to have another screen in front of me that is my stream, so I can more easily see what you guys are saying. Not just a way for me to make sure there's no technical issues, all that good stuff. Luckily, I have this pose reference from 2 angles, so I'm looking at both. Just moving this foot around to make sure that he has all the bones he's supposed to have. Putting feet in high heels has been very helpful for me. Learning like where the bones are all at and how they move. That being said, most of my models are wearing shoes though, so I still don't have a ton of practice doing that yet. You know how it is, always learning. And I want to make sure that these are on the same plane, so I'm going to go ahead and scoot this up. I want his feet on the same plane because this is going to be for a mini. So I want to make sure it fits squarely on the base. Going pretty good. I'm going to rotate this leg out just a touch. And then the same with this other leg, we're going to move it out the other way, giving him a wider stance. It's going to make him a little more balanced as well. He looks very funny with those perfectly symmetrical arms and torso, but again, we're going to get to that in just a bit. There we go. So as we work up, we're slowly rotating and adding more movement to this pose. Again, we kind of are stacking the weight from the feet upwards. And then we're turning our perspective on and off. Perspective is just the focal length distortion. So another way of saying that is like orthographic view or non-orthographic. In other words, when perspective is turned on, pieces of the mesh that are closer to you appear larger. When orthographic is off, then it just means everything looks exactly the same, regardless of how far or how close it is to the camera. Michael says, Mia, what do you use a stylus on? A tablet? Yep, Pat already answered. A Cintiq. Which is super expensive. You don't need one. You do not need a Cintiq. You can get a Huon canvas. Those are fantastic. I've heard great things about XP pen as well. I've never used them. But my go-to brand would be Huon. And to be clear, I'm not like against Cintiqs or anything, but a lot of you guys are like, you're hobbyists, you know? And there's no need for you to spend a couple grand on a tablet unless you're using it every darn day or you just got money to burn. I don't know your life. Yeah, Voxel said, oh, you're all set up. Yeah, see, he knows. I don't know if you're a man or not. They know it's expensive. It lasts forever though. I bought this tablet in 2019, maybe the beginning of 2020. And it's just been nonstop trucking along every day. I've never had a problem with it. Voxel says, I have the cheapest 22-inch from, Gaomon. They're good too. Or Gaomon. $500. Yep, totally good. Totally works. That's that Canvas Pro I had from Huon. That was $400 and that was just fine. Ferret says, I need a Cintiq sniffle. Yeah, it's very fancy. And it is better. It is. The Cintiq is the best. However, it is marginally better in my opinion. It's kind of like, I don't know, like you find a random dude off the street and let's say you give him like the world's best chocolate, okay? It's like handcrafted from a chocolatier in Belgium, right? And then give him a Hershey bar. He might like the fancy Belgian chocolate more, but they're both gonna taste good. He's gonna be like, yeah, this is good. Oh yeah, this is pretty good. Like he's not gonna see this huge difference unless he's like some chocolate connoisseur. Does that make sense? Vox says totally solid, and then the Intuos is what I currently use. Oh my gosh, no way, yeah. The Intuos is like where everyone starts. That's what I started with. Rocks. Pat also has Cintiq, but for some reason I handle ZBrush better with an Intuos. No kidding. Well, that's heathen talk, but whatever. That's fine. That's fine. Michael says, gonna try ZBrush on my iPad Pro. Not sure how it is. I haven't tried ZBrush on iPad yet either, but I'm going to so I can start modifying my classes for my students. So those that use iPad, I'm familiar with limitations on that as well. All right, so to give this hunchback here, we're going to pull the shoulder blades up, up, up and away, and then we're gonna lower his head. Look at his goofy little neck, guys. That's gonna need some cleanup. We'll deal with that later. I can just do a better job of moving it and they won't need as much cleanup. Here we go. All right, I see the chat's moving a lot, so let me see what y'all are talking about. All right, cool. So we'll talk about all the different tablets we have. Very cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move this arm back. Making sure it's not falling out of his socket. Very good. And then masking just above the elbow. We're gonna bring that forward. I really like talking with you guys. I also think it's cool you guys kind of take off in the chat and have your own side conversations too. Very cool. Looking pretty good. Like all poses, this is gonna need some cleanup after the fact, but this is me pretty clean so far. I'm very happy with this. This is killing it. Cool. Very cool. All right, let's give this a spin and see how we're looking. For now, I'm kind of just nudging anything that I see that needs some help. Putting some bend in the spine. And then softening up any hard creases that shouldn't be there. Oh yeah. That rocks. All right, I'm gonna do the Z plugin to T-pose sub T, and I'll take all these deformations and I'll put them right back on the sub tools. Michael says, great work on the Goulamia. Thank you, Michael. And then you guys are still talking about all your different like tablets and what you like to use, whether it's a mouse or a pen. A really good conversation happening there. I like it. All right, here's how we're looking. All right, this big lump I have here is just dying to have some new pustule grossness on it, yeah? So let's go ahead and add a couple. And the mask pin selected. We're gonna mask in some little circles. We're gonna hover the gizmo in the center of it. All right, this is how I like to make pustules. Let's be a little tutorial here. I like to mask some circles in, make sure the gizmo is right in the center. Inflate them, run over that with a smooth brush, inflate one more time. And then to really define these, I'm gonna run a couple loops with a damp standard brush. There we go. I wanna blend those seams too. You can go back with your move brush with Option held down if you're on Mac, Alt if you're on Windows, and then pull them upwards. And there you go. Got some lumps. Go ahead and poly paint those to match whatever color scheme you got going on. And we got some nice pops of color right by his face. Very happy with it. You can go a bit further with the clay brush and we can really build up some of these forms here. Remember, when using the clay brush, I find it best to kind of go in with almost like a scribbly-like touch, so you're lifting and tapping your pen a lot. You're not just holding it down and smoothing. There we are. He's looking very spooky. Absolutely love this character so far. And Michael says, a pustule tutorial. And then Volatile asks, do I have an Instagram account? Pat already answered, thank you so much. Yeah, m3dm_prints. Bill says, great pose. I need to get around to using the transpose tool. I usually just use a gizmo, but your way seems more natural. I'm glad. Glad it looks helpful. The pose happened pretty quickly too. I'm feeling really proud of that. All right, now we're gonna move these individual pieces of his skirt, if you will, around. And to do that really easily, I'm gonna have the Move Topological brush selected. So that's gonna allow me to just grab individual pieces of the skirt. I can kind of get this like wavy motion, almost a little ethereal and ghost-like. Making sure that I don't have any of these weird, perfectly clean edges like this. They don't show very often, but when they do, it really takes away from the model. So it's worth going to the underside of these meshes every now and then, making sure you don't have anything like that poking out. There we go. Devil's in the details. There we go. Look how much nicer that looks. Isn't that crazy how much that added? And Non-Sleeper agrees. Yeah, it breaks the model less too, right? It keeps like the immersion factor, if you will. Thank you guys for hanging out. Again, we've been around 20 the whole time. That's a ton of people. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a blast. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel because I do this all the time and just keep hanging out. It's a good time. It's also a really good way to not have to pay for my models. You support the stream and then you get free stuff. It's a win-win. Also, Patreon has this new feature that they're teasing where I can gift memberships for free. I'm thinking of maybe getting that set up. Maybe I'll pick someone from the live stream each time that gets like a month for free. We'll see. A lot of you guys are already awesome supporters of my work and you're already on Patreon, but I can figure something out. Looks like someone's new here. Hello, I'm gonna call you Pappy. Pappy asks, awesome model, but may I ask, do you ever apply smoothing or bulking to your wireframe overhangs? As an FDM printer for larger scale models, fine overhangs tend to break with supports. Oh, that's very true. If you look under here, like the skirt here, these meshes, look how thick and flat that is. So it's super FDM friendly. And speaking of FDM, this is a really good time for a quick sidebar. I'm not sure how long you've been here, Pappy. You might have already seen this, but let me show you this really quick. This is obviously not a mini. But no, my models do really well in FDM. This is obviously gigantic. I do have a bunch of resin print models right here too. They handle tiny overhangs really well. But I do have a version of this guy printed on FDM that is tabletop scale. And yeah, he rocked it. He looks darn near just as good. I even have a patch of chainmail right here. It's a little hard to pick up on camera because it's black. But yeah, I've been printing for a long time. I first started printing stuff in late 2018, started learning how to model in 2019, and then after I got my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, I took this full time. So yeah, been doing this pretty much ever since. I'm lucky that I can keep doing this because I have a lot of support on Patreon that pretty much serves as like my consistent monthly income. Also, my patrons have awesome requests. This is one of the every live stream I do, it isn't a model that like I just picked out of the blue. It's because someone that supports me on Patreon asked for it, and it seems like a really good win-win. Right, let's tighten up that deltoid just a bit. And then I also don't want these fingers here to have these tiny gaps between them because it doesn't, I might as well have them touch. Because everything I do on here is 3D printed, I might as well have it overlapped. Pappy says, that is so awesome, thanks. Yeah, of course, and great question too, I love talking about it. Ferret says, animate. Oh my goodness, let me have a sip of water. I'm talking faster than I'm thinking. There we go. Ferret says, and a mechanical engineer as well. Nice. Thanks. I'm very proud of it. It was 4 years of hell that I did it, and now I have a diploma. I think it's under my bed. Whatever. Hey, Dewey's here. Hello, hello. Dewey supported me on Patreon for a super long time. They're fantastic. Dewey says, I've got the gazebo mimic going right now that I've colored in a cubic slicer. Ooh, it's going amazing so far. Also FDM. Heck yeah, so cool. Let's actually do a quick side note here. Partly because Pappy already kind of brought this topic up, and Dewey's talking about another FDM project that I did. I did an entire project of mimics. The Kickstarter is over, so you can't support it anymore. However, all these files are on Patreon, literally. So the description is, the links for that are in the description. So yeah, this is what Dewey's printing right now. It's my gazebo mimic, and they're printing it super big. Everything you guys see on this Kickstarter project I made, and this is all 28mm scale. So that's why I have a D20 in all of these pictures, because a D20 is, you know, standard size, little guy. So yeah, all of these are only an inch or so tall, and every single one of these models was printed on FDM. So on top, we have the printed pictures, and on below, I have the renders. They're even sharper in resin, I guess, but they look so darn good in FDM, you could really do either. I actually share the FDM pre-supported files in that campaign as well. And then Pat says, I'm talking to Voxel. Let me see. Oh yeah, that happens. All right, this is looking really good. I'm gonna clean this up a bit, get this post-processed, and then I'll be sharing this file with you guys for free. I think I'm gonna do the second pose on stream tomorrow. I just don't want this to drag on for too long without having lunch. I would quite like to eat. All right, I'm really happy that the requester asked for a ghoul that digs through cemeteries and have kind of spade-like hands, and I think I nailed it. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the underside of these claws, and we're gonna bulk them up, because from the front, they're nice and narrow, and that means I have nothing to lose by going to the back here and just tripling the thickness of them pretty much. Bam. They still have a nice slender look to them even as I rotate, but now they're much, much easier to print and deal with. There we go. Excellent. This has been such a fun stream. You guys have been full of great questions. Pretty much all of you that have joined have either liked the video or left a comment, and it really, really helps me. Again, this is the biggest live stream I've ever had, and prior to that, it was yesterday, so it's been a really lively week, to say the least. live streaming is something I only picked up about a couple weeks ago, and I kind of just did it on a whim. Like, I thought it'd be fun to be able to share my process more. I really do these live streams for my students. So I have a mentorship program where I teach you guys how to use ZBrush, and most of my students are brand new beginners. So it's really invaluable for them to see a model, like start to finish. What does that process look like? So that was my original intention of doing live streams, and as a result, I have 3 new students, and I've had some more support on Patreon too. It's just been a huge win-win. And yeah, even if you're just hanging out, chatting, lurking, whatever, you don't have to join Patreon and make a difference. Just you guys being here and liking the video and coming back, it all helps. I think it's crazy that I get to do art full time, and no joke, I am grateful for it every single day. I can't remember what it is. I think it's like, they did a study on this of like how quickly we get used to stuff and we stop feeling gratitude towards something unless we actively practice it. But this is one of those things that it affects my daily life. So I've been actively appreciative and blown away by it for every day for about 5 years now. In the beginning, I was more paranoid. I kind of figured at any point the support would fall off, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to get like a real job and work as an engineer. But now it's been 5 years and it's been good. It's been good and it's been stable. I'm also a great problem solver and designer, so I'm not concerned if I ever had to work as an engineer. But as of now, this is just my favorite thing to do. It is such a blast. I make so many little decisions and it's just such a good time. At some point down the line, I would love if I could create a book of just my own original creatures and then share those models with you guys too. That's down the line, but that's something I have cooking in the works. I could call it like Mia's Menagerie or something. We'll see. Or again, M3DM is my business name. M3DM is just short for Mia's 3D models. There we are. And then Pat's talking about my Mimic collection I had up on screen briefly. Requirements for making good Mimic: sculpting large tongues. Absolutely, that's like 80% of it. Royce says, wow, looking great, thank you. Been listening and finally got around to viewing. Much has changed. Yeah, I'm ripping through this, it's a good time. Monkey says, just looked up for the first time in a while. The pose is sick. Thank you. Again, these people have no idea how hard I plug their stuff, but these poses are from the pose archives. This is the pose reference I used. It's fantastic. I don't want to show too many because again, I paid for that, and if you are an artist who wants good poses, I want you to support them too. Oh, I actually saw it. Pappy just subscribed. Thank you so much. Again, I don't always see it because I have my live stream super small on a different screen because obviously I'm looking at my art, not looking at my own stream. But every now and then I catch the notification come up and I just think it's the coolest thing. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. I think it's easier, or it's easy for some creators to be like, hey, like and subscribe, it's free or whatever. I don't think it is. I think it still takes some of your time, and like you guys can't be subscribed to every single thing you ever see. You know what I mean? Like you gotta pick and choose what kind of content you're gonna consume. So I really do take like any like on the video or subscription seriously. I'm like, hey, you picked that, I appreciate it, and I'm always thinking of ways to make the stream better and just improve in general. It's a good time. We're about ready to post-process here, and I still have my unposed version. I'm gonna do that pose tomorrow on stream because I don't want to just burn myself out doing too much in one day. This was already a massive amount of work. So let's go ahead and stamp him on the screen. Oh yeah, he looks great. And now we're gonna post-process. So this involves just meshing everything down and making sure there's no holes or issues with 3D printing. Ferret says, I've been working on paint in the background. He's heckin' spooky, and I love the movement, position, and overall look that he's got. You guys are so kind and supportive. Thank you. I'm glad you like him. I love him too. So there's not a ton of pieces to this mesh. It was mostly body work, which means I should be able to largely post-process this in one run. I want to make sure there's not too much goofiness going on with his neck. Huh, it actually deformed in a pretty nice way. Alrighty. I'm gonna just let those cards fall where they may, because that looks great. Good job, me. Alright, I'm gonna take a risk here that literally never works, but I don't learn, and one day it's gonna work. I'm gonna try to remesh this entire model at the same time. There's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't do this, largely because it upsets ZBrush and will make it crash. But I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna go to merge visible. Now everything's been merged down. And I'm gonna throw a big decimation on this, which is decimation just takes your poly count and reduces it by how much you specify. I'm currently at 7 million points. It's just too much. You don't want to print something at 7 million points. You can, but your slicer is gonna take forever to deal with it. We're gonna make sure his feet are on the same plane. Gotta smush these around. I think I saw a question just pop up in the chat. Oh, and then Monkey is saying save 100 times because he knows I'm doing something dumb. Yeah, I'll save. Yeah, everyone's like, this is a terrible idea. I'm doing it anyway. Oh, goodness. Blender says, if you had a Blender file of that, how hard would it be to turn his head upside down? Not too hard. I mean, you could actually wait till it's all remeshed and then just flip it as well. And then Voxel says, do you want a tip? Oh, always. Feel free to give tips. Again, I've been doing this a hot minute. I have a method that works fantastic. Post-process, oh goodness, 1,000 models by now. But there's always new good stuff to learn, is there not? All right, so we're making that flat. Bam. And now we're going to throw and decimate this down to 500,000 points. Let's see. And then Voxel says ads. Like running advertisements? I think YouTube does that automatically. I'm not sure. Or do you mean like want a tip and like instead of like a donation, it's like, bam, that is a donation. I mean, I guess. Voxel says, okay, the problem with merging is that you might get loose internal geometry. Oh yeah, I'm aware. You remesh by union, you can auto group those artifacts out and then close holes. Oh, Monkey said no, an ad popped up mid-sentence. Ah, yes, that makes sense. That does happen. We're just letting this post-process right now and sit. But yeah, even if you have all your subtools are completely watertight and looking good, when you merge them down, if there's not a perfect overlap and there's any gap, you're gonna get some sort of like internal goofy geometry. Between using closed holes and remeshing by booleans, you can clear all those out. And if you're really unsure about it, you can actually do a live boolean at the very end where you subtract like a disk and you can scrub through the entire model, pretty much just like what your 3D printing slicer does. And then you can get a preview to make sure it is 100% watertight and good to go. As much as I'm joking that this is silly, just to like reiterate, I have done this 1,000 times, and that's literally not a joke, so we're good. It just might make ZBrush crash. As far as the resulting 3D printable model, oh no, if this works, it's totally safe to 3D print. This is gonna rock. Sometimes I look back at the models that I made like in 2019, that's 5 years ago, I was just getting started. I can't believe some of that stuff printed. I had no idea how to like clean up mesh issues and stuff. Your 3D printer will tolerate a lot of nonsense. You just don't want to print like a hollow sphere because that means the inside's never going to cure all the way if you don't drill holes and drain it. And eventually it's going to crack and leak resin everywhere. With tabletop minis, honestly, it's not as big of a deal because even like this model right here, so this is this woman here, if I didn't remesh her mouth, there'd be a hole, right? But she's so tiny, the hole's not even going to exist because it's like a pinprick. That being said, I still remesh it out. But even if it's not perfect, your printer does a lot for you. A lot of 3D printing slicers have really improved over the years too, and they will sense a lot of those issues and fix them for you. Or they'll just complain a bunch and tell you to go fix it. Either is good. Voxel says, so if you add the subtools to a folder, I don't use folders, you can have the folder do your boolean function which saves your subtools. Yeah. I don't really have a need to save the subtools though. Like, anything that I like or want to reuse, I can just put into an asset library later. So I just don't have a need for that at all. Taylor says, would you ever make a mesh hollowed on the inside? Yes. If I'm printing something really big, I will hollow it. So for my steampunk collection, I actually made a submarine, and it was about this big, so a couple inches all the way around. And again, it's like a big cylinder, right? There's no need to have that print solid of resin. However, I do not hollow it out in ZBrush. I put it into a software called Mesh Mixer after I'd remeshed it solid, and I hollowed out a cavity there. If you're going to hollow out cavities with resin printing, it is imperative that you add drain holes. If you don't, the whole thing fills up with resin and you have a submarine that's just full of resin. You don't want that. Very good question though. All right, he's looking pretty darn good. That actually remeshed no problem, and I didn't even remember to save, and it was fine. I do have quick saves every 3 minutes, so never an issue. And then Voxel said, it's just a good non-destructive way of doing things. I get you. I have no need to maintain the subtools. I could see that being really interesting if I was keeping my shells for FDM printing, multicolored material. That would be killer. All right, so we're at 360,000 points here. I like it. I think we can go even lower. Yes, I usually have it around 250 when all is said and done. Why are his nostrils solid? When did that even happen? We're gonna take our move brush and push those back in. There we go. And that is an ugly mug, isn't it? Most of my models settle somewhere around 250,000 points. Dewey says, oh, about the, if you print a model that's hollow in resin and then don't clean it out, this is what happens. Dewey mentions they'll gloop out over time and it's nasty. Yeah, don't ask how I know how. So they've definitely done it as well. So right now I'm using a pinch brush to close out some of these gaps here because this belt is really thick and it intersects all the way through, which is great, but I don't want it to seem just chunky on the outside. Again, as a mini, you're not really gonna see stuff like that, but a lot of people that support me print these really big. So I want it to be nice. Oh hey, I got a donation. Thank you so much, Non-Sleeper. I really appreciate that. It's a cute little image that says, keep it up. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot. That little $5, I can go buy me a little coffee treat later today. Yeah, it's been a big stream. It's been a lot of work. So, yeah, thank you. All right. Just about done here, and then I'll be sharing this file with you guys for free. If you want even more 3D model goodness, you guys know where to go. Linked in the description. Man, I love this pose. This came out really nice. I'm gonna decimate just a little bit more. yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the second pose on stream tomorrow, and that's going to be awesome because I'll probably detail it slightly differently, because I only put these little pustules on his shoulder because it's so like facing the screen. So I'll detail and accent the other one to complement whatever pose I decide for tomorrow. I think that one of these edges is causing a little bit of issue, so I'm just gonna double check, make sure everything is clean and kosher. Ferret says, totally feels like a hot cocoa blanket burrito day for me. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Oh, thank you for your kind words. I'm probably gonna have a hot chocolate later today too. That sounds really nice. There's an area somewhere on this mesh that I know that's flagging some mesh errors. I just cannot find it. Which is exactly why I throw these in a mesh mixer just to clean up any issues. Or at the very least, it'll tell me where they're at. Oh, here we go. I found it. Perfect. Oh, it's in his teeth. Okay, cool. You know what? I actually want to do that anyway, because there still is a mouth cavity behind that that has no need to be hollow. And depending how I do it, it'll actually cause me to have to put supports in there if some prints is big enough, and we don't want that. So we're going to do this little technique that I actually talked about earlier in the stream. I'm just going to put a sphere in there and then remesh. And I'll clean up any problems. It's kind of cool having transparency turned on and seeing that happen. There we go. Again, I have all of his teeth touching anyway, but this will make it really nice to... That way, no problems. Roy says, end-ish of the stream, you are correct. And a news question, cake or pie? Thought I'd keep it food related this week. I love that you're doing this, Roy, so there's always a new question. I think it's really fun. Definitely cake. I like pie, but more often than not, cake is my favorite. Specifically chocolate. I really, really like chocolate anything. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do like what I call like splash cover page. This will end up being the thumbnail for this video. There we are. All right, do a quick screen grab of this. You can use document export. I just do a screenshot. I do Command Shift number 4, click and drag, bam. And then I highly recommend for my creators out there, always edit your screenshots or your images. It just gives it a little bit more contrast and it always reads better. So I just take it here, not even a fancy edit. I just go ahead and bump the exposure, contrast, and sharpness. There we are. Add some drama, yeah? There we go. All right, let's get this into Mesh Mixer and see if there's any other little areas we need to clean up. It just grabbed my unposed version, which is not what I wanted. Luckily I have a million quick saves, so I'll just go back to it. There we go. Thanks again for hanging out, guys. It's been a really good time. I'll be doing this again at 11 a.m. Eastern time. If you guys have any residual questions about what we worked on and just what's going on, now is the time to ask. And Voxel asks, hey, what printers do you have? Yeah, great question. Currently, I have a Saturn S for resin. That's a Lego. And then for my FDM printer, it's a Bamboo Labs X1 Carbon. I recently reached out to Lego again, and we're going to continue like our little partnership. And they're sending me a Mars that they had that was refurbished. And they mentioned like it's broken. They don't know what's wrong with it, but they're like, do you want to fix it? And I'm like, sure. So I'm going to fix that. I'll make some videos talking about how to maintenance it, how I fixed it, and then I get to keep it. They also mentioned like, once I find out what's wrong with it, they're like, hey, like you don't need to pay for parts, just tell us what to send you, and we'll send you whatever replacement parts you need. So yeah. And that's actually before they knew I had an engineering degree, which I thought was funny. I was like, oh yeah, that's up my alley, I fix things. So yeah, it's been kind of cool. And then Monkey has another good question saying, cake or bake? I'm a cookies guy. And Voxel says, oh, nice deal. That'd make a cool video. I'm glad, because that's what I'm doing. I'm expecting it's going to be a pretty easy fix, honestly. There's a couple things I have in mind that I'm expecting it to be. But if not, I'll just ask for a blanket replacement of like 2 or 3 odd end parts and see what that does. That's the nice thing about resin printers. It can really only be so many things. Like, keeps it pretty simple. Ah, Monkey says cake or back the band side. That's what I thought. I was confused. Definitely cake. Back is fine, but I love cake. Gosh, what is it? Is it long jacket, short skirt, or short skirt, long jacket? Anyway, I can't remember which way it's flip-flop, but that's like my favorite songs from them. And Voxel says, I never myself learned. I plunked down on AGK3 Ultra Early Bird. Huh, and the delay is 3 months overdue. Oh, JK3. Either way, I've actually never heard of that. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's, they're behind. I'm sure it's gonna pay off. It's gonna be super fun, super cool. It's just good things come to those who wait, right? There we go, it actually gave me the right file this time. Yeah, this is my ending ZPR. I kind of just throw it in here to make sure that whatever mesh I'm working on is proper scale and matching my other models. This is a monster, so I feel like I can take a little bit more liberty, making it a little bit smaller or larger than I normally would. It doesn't have to be as exact. I have a lot of nice custom bases I've made over the years. I'm gonna pop one of those in. And Voxel says, it's gigantic, weighs 60 pounds. Holy crap. That's a mega 3D printer. That reminds me of the Peopolis, I can't remember how to pronounce it. I'm not sure if they're even in business anymore, but they have giant printers like that too. Yeah, I don't think flowers and clovers is gonna suit this model. Let's do a spookier base. Yeah, maybe some teeth and dirt. I like that. Pappy says, talking to Voxel, miniatures, yeah, I've done the early bird on the KT+. The delays are comical at this point. Oh man, I'm sorry, it's got both of you guys. Woof. I like Lego. Lego's been really good to me. That's my brand endorsement. And I thought that before they sent me crap for free, I promise. No, I've actually had, I have not paid for a printer in a hot minute. I guess one of the perks of being a 3D artist. As a result, I have no loyalty or alliance to any of them because I've had multiple companies do it, so I can really just be like, this one sucked, this one was good. I have tried a ridiculous amount of resins. Oh man, I've always had new companies sending me resins being like, this one's magical, ultra special detail. And like, it's not. It's like the same freaking resin as anyone else. That being said, I tried this, what was it? I think it was TGM, tabletop resin in beige. That stuff is awesome. However, once the bottle has been open for a while, it like doesn't print as consistently. That's not supposed to be a thing, but it is with this one. It's almost like the resin got too old or something. Anyway, it started separating in a way where it wouldn't want to mix together, and it was just a huge pain in the butt, so I stopped printing with it. But yeah, if you print a lot all at once and get through the whole bottle, I highly recommend it. All right, that's looking good. I'm pretty sure there is an issue on this mesh I need to like go back and clean up. But instead of searching for it, I'm just gonna let Mesh Mixer tell me where it is. I'll be sharing this file with y'all in about 10 minutes. It's not going to be pre-supported, but it needs to be pre-supported. And the only reason it's not pre-supported yet is because I just made it and I haven't printed it yet. And I don't like sharing pre-supported files I have not printed myself. I haven't had a pre-supported file fail in years, honestly. But it's just kind of like a good practice at this point. Everything that I live streamed last week is actually printing right now. Yeah, so where is the mesh issue? Okay, so it's mad about this little area here. That's really easy. The rest of these are pretty minor. And then right here. So I can auto repair this and stick it back into ZBrush and then clean up any of these problems manually. Again, none of these would cause a print to fail. But I just like keeping good practice. I have a lot of people that come to me, Graveyard Ghoul Creeping, for the first time. Like they've never printed before and they come to my model, so I like to make sure it comes out as clean on the file side as possible. Otherwise it just stresses them out. Monkey says, not pre-supported seconds after it's finished. I mean, I really could pre-support it on stream and then share that, but I want to test it. And then Voxel says, talking to Pet, red wax is the default. By the way, do not show your work to a job interview with red wax. Oh god, yeah. No, they will laugh at you. 100%. Nobody does that. And red wax is ugly. And then, oh yeah, Pet asked me, I like that material. Is it the default? No, this is Polyscan, I think, which does come in ZBrush. You're in my courses. We'll be getting to matte caps pretty soon here. Oh goodness, I missed a lot of chat. You guys were having a good time. I like it. All right, here is the model from Mesh Mixer spit in here. Let's make sure there's no issues. So it kind of is like a easier way for me to see what it was mad about. So it's mad there, and it was mad here. Wow, it is really mad about something. It's a little harder to narrow down the problem because I just merged it all together. You should not do that. So in my attempt to lazily save myself time, I, not surprisingly, caused more problems. It happens. Oh, yeah, this shouldn't be there. Cute. Oh yeah, in fact mentioned, yeah, they removed that red wax default material a long time ago. Yeah, it's terrible. I don't even know why it's the default. I'm gonna try something really quick here. I don't do this very often, but every now and then when I'm like, ooh, I dug myself into a hole, didn't I? I'm gonna Dynamesh this and then project details back on. Ferret says, do you ever reach a point in your art where you complete a detail, absolutely love it, and go to take a break, then find yourself doing more? Yeah, every now and then. It's pretty rare. Usually what I'll do is I will just create a new pose for that model entirely, or something along those lines. But yeah, it's definitely, it happens sometimes. I just, you know. I love what I do. And the Voxel says, I only know one professional sculptor that works in it. No doxing, but we make fun of him. That's sweet of you. Yeah, I'd make fun of him too. There were so few subtools in this model. I cannot believe I did not take the 2 seconds to just remesh this piece by piece. What am I even doing? This is just dumb bad practice. Okay, we're gonna just, I had fun, I talked to you guys, I'm gonna call that worth it, but we're gonna remesh this properly. It's gonna take like 5, not gonna swear, minutes. Like, this was just dumb. I don't know why I did this. If I make mistakes, I own it. I'm owning it. This was very, very silly of me. Yeah, there's like so few pieces here, Mia. Come on. All right, let's do this right, shall we? I'm so close to just that other model or mesh is almost finished. It's not even that broken, but I'm like, this is just not the way I like to do things. Need to re-push his nostrils in. Again, I don't know when that happened, but I think it's funny it did. There we go. Throw a little smooth on there. All right. Starting off, we're going to remesh that mouth. Shoot. And scoot. Getting it as close to the teeth as possible. There we go. Looking good. All right, and now we continue like normal. Pat says you could say he's a professional who takes risks in his work. Or maybe his sculpting is just so impressive you can overlook the red wax material. Once this is done remeshing, I'll actually pull up the red wax material just for anyone who's watching the stream and doesn't use ZBrush. And they're like, what the heck are you guys talking about? Essentially, the red wax material is when you first open up ZBrush, there's different materials you can sculpt on. So I've used like skin shade, I use that tan called polyskin. The red wax is just so hard to look at. For some reason, it's the default. Pat says the work of a 3D sculptor is tough. Then we have Mia cleaning a ghoul's nose. Yeah, pretty much. All right, this is nice and low poly. Let's go ahead and mesh this together. And what I'm meshing specifically right now is all of those teeth and that sphere behind it. All right, I'm done doing that. Let me see, here we go. This is red wax for everyone that was curious to know what in the world we're talking about. Yep, that's it. The construction of these is a crime. Terrible. Royce says, oh my, red wax is awful. Yeah. That's why no one likes using it. If you ever have a Boolean operation happening that you are like, wait, I didn't want that to happen, and it won't stop, you can bring up your activity monitor and quit the operation manually. Supposedly, you can click escape and that will work. I literally never have that work. So that's like a full safe way to do it. Much better. There's our solid mesh that does not suck. God. I'm just laughing because this is already like halfway done, and if I just did this from the beginning, I would have been done a long time ago. Don't take shortcuts. They're not shortcuts. You're just causing yourself problems in the future, I promise. There's a way to do it, so just go do it right the first time. Royce says, my eyes. Looking good. Yeah, I don't mind him without clothes too. Funny looking. Still good. Right now I'm thinking about what I'm gonna have for lunch, because I'm almost done here. I'll have this file up for you guys for free. This is after the stream is ended and you won for free. Not a thing, but you can join my future live streams to get some free stuff, or you can support me on Patreon and then you get all my stuff at once. These are all 3D printable models that are scaled for a tabletop. That being said, you can also scale them up, do whatever you like. Throughout the stream, I have some prints of mine off camera that are 6 inches tall, tabletop scale, all kinds of good stuff. And you can resize them just by opening up your 3D printing slicer. And yeah, post-processing does not take this long. I was just being belligerent. I think I could do it all at once. And it almost worked, but there was one mesh causing a problem. And since I did it all at once, I couldn't figure out which of the meshes was causing that problem. And at some point I was like, you know what? I'm being silly. I'm just gonna back up and do this correctly. And guess what? It's going great. Crazy. Don't cheat your work. I was just so excited for lunch, guys, and now I'm even farther away from it. It's funny, yeah, because like every one of these subtools is remeshing like beautifully, no issues. It was literally just one that was causing a problem. I couldn't figure out which one it was. ZBrush is also happier I'm doing it this way. It's going a lot faster. My MacBook handles it really well, but it's still nice when you use the program the way that it wants to be used. And then Henrik asked, what version of ZBrush is this? Hey, I think you're new, so welcome. This is the last version of ZBrush before it was no longer on, before they turned a monthly subscription. So this is 2022. If it doesn't look familiar to you, that's just because I have my own custom UI on it. Ferret says, exactly the problem I'm having. I want to get lunch, but glued to paint. And tonal corrections. Yeah, that can take a long time. But either way, this should look exactly the same as the new ZBrush as well. It only looks different because I have a custom UI on it. Unless they really changed it that much. I mean, I've been mostly keeping tabs on the new ZBrush to see if it's worth paying for, but from what I've seen, it's not. You know, it's such a joke too. They want people that had a perpetual license like I do to pay like full price for a dumb update for like ZBrush. It's like $500. I'm like, I'm not gonna pay that. That's almost as much as I paid for my entire original license. Which I realize is probably Maxon's point. They just want me to be subscription based again, but you know, it is a little bit of a slap in the face. Doesn't feel great. Luckily, I have my license and I don't need to worry about it. I might end up getting a subscription just so I can try out ZBrush for iPad, because I do have an iPad and I teach. And some of my new students are using ZBrush on the iPad, and I want to be able to help them out as best as possible. So that might force my hand to temporarily have it, but I don't mind. Happy to help my students out. Voxel says, oh yeah, 2022, I won't upgrade. 2024 has had problems. No kidding. And Henrik says, thanks, I see. Yeah, good question though. Let me know if you have any other questions. Everything I design here is meant for 3D printing because I specialize in like tabletop games, but these can also be printed as big as you want. I definitely detail them enough to be printed 6 inches tall instead of just a 2-inch mini. All right, monkey's heading out, gotta go. Time to get the kid up from school. Sounds good, thanks for hanging out, it was a great time. You're now officially part of my new biggest stream ever. So all 20 or so of you guys are hanging out now. This has been my most successful stream ever, so I really appreciate it. It's been the highest on every count. I've had the most viewers, the most people that liked the video, the most new people, and I also got a donation, which is really cool. So thanks again for that. Adam Schwartz is here. Hey, I do printing for a few local TTRPG shops. They have shown an interest for more Warhammer terrain. Oh, very cool. Okay. I also do scatter terrain. I don't do a whole lot of commissions because that's looking good. Mostly because I have people to try and commission me for like statues or stuff I would never do. And then Pat mentioned ads. Yeah, it always says an ad when I'm talking. I'm actually going to go ahead and delay ads right now because I can pause them for up to 5-10 minutes at a time. There we go. Anyway, Adam, I don't know if you heard me, but I said hello. But yeah, that's very cool. So everything that I sculpt on stream was a request on Patreon. So that is a roundabout way you could do that. I offer a merchant license too, and merchants get 1 request a month. So you could probably go on my Patreon, request some Warhammer terrain, I'd sculpt it, and they could sell it. Kind of win-win. That being said, it depends what kind of Warhammer terrain. I don't do a whole lot of like sci-fi stuff, but Warhammer has all kinds of facets to it. I know they have a higher fantasy segment to them as well. I also don't want to invoke the wrath of Games Workshop. Oh my god, I feel like they would just smite my entire business off the planet. I've never had any issues with copyright and stuff because I don't work from concept art. Like today's request, I had someone that asked for a ghoul, kind of like a Kelshite ghoul that digs up people in cemeteries, and his hands are kind of like spades. So yeah, that's kind of what I came up with, and here we are. Some patrons provide much more specific requests. I get some people to have like a small essay, but either works. The live streaming aspect is new though. I've only been doing this live stream for a couple weeks, and I make a model pretty much every day. So right now I'm going to fit this onto a base. I have a reference here. This is where I put in all of my models that are finished just to make sure that they're appropriately like the same size. Everything I do is 28mm scale. However, again, you can scale this up to whatever you like in any 3D printing slicer. There we go. Since this is a ghoul, I can really get away with like how big or how small he is, as long as he's fitting nicely on this 25mm base. There we are. And then over the years, I've sculpted quite a few custom bases, and I have just the one in mind for this one. There we go. Adam says, perfect. Oh yeah, Pat says Age of Sigmar. That's what I was thinking. It's a good setting. Yep. Voxel says, as long as you don't do a one-on-one, you're safe. Oh yeah, and honestly, it's just so not up my skill set. The way that I taught myself to sculpt and stuff, obviously I use references, but like they don't turn out looking anything like it. It's just so I can make sure like my anatomy is square and that kind of stuff. Oh, and sorry, I didn't even tell you where to find that. Everything I talk about, I have a link in the description of this live stream. There's 2 Patreon links. One's for 3D printing, that's M3DM, and then M3DM Learn is for where I teach people how to use ZBrush. M3DM is just short for my business name. It's Mia's 3D Models. That's why it's M3DM. Sorry, sometimes I don't give a great business pitch because I'm just lost in the art. I'm definitely an artist first, you know. The business is more of a secondary thing, and I'm very lucky to be able to do things that way because business has been really good to me. I've been doing this full time since 2019, and over those years, I've released just under 1,000 models. All right, let's get this in the mesh mixer and see how it's looking. And what do you know? This post-process, no problem, because I did it correctly this time. I'm just giving myself sass because earlier in the stream I tried to like quickly mesh it all at once just to see if I could get away with it. I did not. Sweet, this is reading really clean. I like it. And then Adam says, Creative Commons covers a lot. Yes, you are correct. Just you saying that makes me want to work with you more, because that's the kind of person I like doing stuff for. Like, you just know some basic terminology. I like it. I like it. No, I really get people that'll email me and be like, hey, can you make this Star Wars character? And I'm like, 1, love Star Wars, but 2, I don't even do like sci-fi really. Like I do love organic forms. I have done Gear Forge. Just earlier last week, I did a Metal Forge Nobleman, and he came out great. But again, like it's pretty obvious. I feel like I don't do Star Wars stuff. I don't know. Also, more importantly, I do not own Star Wars. I cannot make Star Wars miniatures. There's a lot of artists out there that do like Marvel stuff and superheroes 1-for-1, and I'm like, that's good for them. If they can go to bed at night, not worry about being sued, that's great. I don't live in that world. And also, I just find it more fun to make my own stuff anyway. I'm very lucky that I've been able to make a business here that is based on like my originals. Obviously, it fits within a D&D space very well. But like, this is like my own little take on a ghoul, you know? It's nothing mind-blowing breaking the mold, but it's all my own little decisions and stuff, and I really enjoy it. Voxel says, like right now, I'm doing a Gundam-like model. Cool. But Bandai wouldn't be able to make a case because it's pretty different in a lot of respects. Good for you. Adam says, Star Wars terrain for the war games is abstract. That's very true. No, they were asking me to make like Darth Vader, like quite literally 1-for-1. And I was like, no. And I'm being sassy and snarky on stream. I was very polite to them because, again, I don't know who they are. It might be, you know, some kid that emailed me being like a present for their dad or something. Like, I never know. I'm always polite. All right, these are done. I'm uploading these right now onto a Google Drive download link. I'm going to be sharing this with y'all for free. That being said, it will only be free for a couple minutes. And I'm not sharing the pre-supported file because I haven't printed it myself. All my pre-supported files are always tested. I actually have last week's stream at like 10 models printing right now. I only share them once I'm happy with how they printed. I haven't had to redo supports on a model in months, but I like to make sure my work comes out clean. Alrighty. Looking good. This is almost all uploaded. If you're watching the stream in the future and you're like, man, I want this model plus 800 other models, you know where to go. Links in the description. There we go. Alright, this is specifically the graveyard ghoul creeping, because tomorrow I'm going to be making a different pose. So this is our creeping pose. Tomorrow it's going to be crawling, kind of squatted on the ground instead. So yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out. This has been a blast. This kind of wraps up the end of the stream. This is a great time to ask me questions if you guys have them. If not, I'll be signing off in just a couple minutes here. I'll be doing a brand new stream tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time, where I make another model, start to finish, and it'll be a good time. Alright, going back to this little splash page here, because it's a nice little progress storyboard of how the stream went. So all the way on the left here, that is like this little Chad base mesh model that I started with. Went from this to make him a bit more of a blue ghoul-like, layered them up with details and posed them, and there we go. 3D printable model. Download link is in the chat right now. And Pat says, loving the ghoul bird. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate it. Not Sleeper says, have an awesome day to you and Ricky. Thank you. For those that don't know, M3DM really comprises of me and my husband, Ricky. Adam says, thanks. I might just stop by Loot Studios and hang here. Sounds good. Loot Studios has so much good stuff too. Love them. I'm not even sure how people Loot Studios is. I know there was in the beginning, like 2020 era, there was a couple couples kind of doing what Ricky and I do, but it's just us as of right now. We've toyed with other artists and whatnot, of like hiring people, but I like keeping it real simple. I make all the models and then Ricky handles literally everything else. He does all my test printing, rendering, graphics, all that stuff. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Mia, as always. Great stream and great model. Yep. And then Adam says, but no commercial. Like commercial license. Loot Studios doesn't offer a commercial license? No kidding. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Huh. Interesting. Maybe they offer it through something different. I know some of them have it like separate. But yeah, I have a, obviously, commercial license. It's just like flat. You pay for the license monthly, and then you also get access to all of my models, and you're able to request custom stuff as well. So yeah. Ferret says, enjoy, hun. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you. I appreciate it. No kidding. Yeah, I'm just confirming. Yeah, no commercial license from them. Huh. Well, I appreciate you for not being, you know, crappy and just selling stuff anyway. Some people kind of just do whatever. Voxel says, ooh, that's nice. I'd love to have someone who could do some of the work. Right? I get you. It's nice just having Ricky and I able to split all of this up. But even just having 2 people, goodness, I swear we could spread it out to 5. Thank you guys. Alright, I'm gonna call that a wrap. You guys are great. Thanks for being part of my newest, biggest stream ever. If you haven't, I recommend that you subscribe. It helps me out a lot, and then it's easier to find me again so we can hang out. All right, you guys have a great rest of your Wednesday. Later.